the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPS's. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the.
Welcome everyone. This is the first segment of the sports show slate of 22S Media here at 22S Media, and we are streaming off YouTube. And pardon me, we are going for two right now. This is the sports show where we're doing the NFL talk. I am Beto, one of your hosts, and then. Pardon for that real quick, and I'm here with a co-host.
Hi, my name is Matthew Dixon. You know what I'm saying?
And then what are we here to talk about?
Talk about NFL sports and the football games that have been going on this week and last week.
All right, so we're going to cover pretty much for the first 30 minutes of this show anything that happened from last week's Thursday night game to last night's Thursday night game. Just discuss what's going around the NFL, some news stories here and there. What's going on with Chandler Jones? The Raiders love to overpay for defensive ends that just have done nothing. Chase Claypool was 0-10 with the Bears, and now was traded to Miami. Are the Chiefs an actual Super Bowl contender? Can the Bills actually finally take it this year? Tune in right now.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPS's. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbor's gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't have, do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing.
All right, we're back after a short break, and let's discuss last Thursday night's game against the Detroit Lions and the Green Bay Packers. So that game ended in a 34-20 victory in Detroit's favor, and Detroit seems like they're the favorites now to win the NFC North. And I'm curious, what do you think, Matthew?
What I think about that is I think they're right on point with that because I feel like they're most complete team. They have a great defense. The offense is pretty good. They almost came back against Green Bay last week.
Yes.
Green Bay had a big lead on them, and
No, it was the other way around.
other way around.
Yeah,
Right.
Detroit was beating them at one point. It was like 24-3, and then during like I think the third quarter, the fourth quarter, that's when Green Bay started scoring more. Because it's interesting, like Jared Goff and Jordan Love had like the same stats, 2 touchdowns and 1 TD and 1 interception. But I think just because the Lions, their defense is just more, I wouldn't say attacking, but more of a aggressive, break some kneecaps.
Yeah.
Break some kneecaps type of vibes. we're
Yeah,
getting
they
from
definitely
this
because they had like C.J. Johnson or their cornerback or their safety had came out and told like Detroit to come out in shiesty mask.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that, but came out in shiesty mask. They ended up losing that game to Seattle, but it was like, okay, they're coming with a different mentality, different mindset.
As someone who's watched the NFL for quite some time, it's very interesting just how much they progressed over the years. Because I remember when they got Matt Patricia, it was like, oh, this is like the worst Lions they've ever been. And then same with the first year of Dan Campbell, they went like 2-15. And then Dan Campbell like struggled to get a win even like by like week 12, and it was like 1-10. And then they just turned it around. Like that last season, they should have been in the playoffs. I don't know why they didn't. I think this year they're taking the NFC North because I don't think anyone else is that good in that division. Green Bay was their only competitor, but Aaron Rodgers is not there. And regardless,
You don't believe in Jordan Love?
I mean, Jordan Love may have a good game against the next defense he goes up against. No names, but I think what the Lions is, I think it's their time to shine right now. I think their window's perfectly open. I'm not going to say Super Bowl because Super Bowl on the Lions sounds really like an oxymoron.
Not yet.
But not yet. I would like to just see how many wins would it take to just win the NFC North, because the Vikings are 1-3, the Bears are 1-3, and the Packers are like 2-2, I believe. Or I think they have, because they beat the Saints and they beat the Bears. So yeah, they're 2-2. And I'm just curious to see, because there's no really any competition in that division per se.
Right. For Detroit, I feel like when it comes to like the coaching, we talking about Matt Patricia, and he's part of that Bill Belichick tree, and it's like everybody that goes under Bill Belichick to find a head coaching position doesn't work out. We'll talk about that later with the Raiders, but. Yeah, Detroit, they're going to be, they've been a good team for the past, last year they were a good team, and this year, I feel like they didn't really make that much of an improvement. I feel like I would have seen a bigger jump from them. I wish I would have seen a bigger jump from them, but they definitely need to, come correct when it comes to, playing a complete game week to week.
Yes, and I definitely see that. I think what impressed me the most I think the biggest question I had when it came to the Lions' offense this year is, DeAndre Swift and Jamal Williams. And Jamal Williams broke Barry Sanders' record last year. And they still have been scoring points, 34 points. It seems like they're scoring 30 points a game. The first game was 21. It was very impressive against the Kansas City Chiefs. I think their drafting has also been really good. Brian Branch is on their team. I can't remember the tackle they got in 2021. He was also a really good tackle that they got. I think their drafting is really well. Although my biggest question is Mr. Goff, number 16, Jared Goff, and I won't say that he's a bad quarterback. I won't say he's great, but I think there's a lot of question marks with him, because even when the Rams, he brought him to a playoff, he got some playoff wins, but there was moments where the big games, he couldn't score 15 points in the Super Bowl. He scored 10. He didn't even score a touchdown. Just led the team to a field goal. So those are some questions I have, especially with that team. But I think as of now, what they got, I think it's good. And then on to the next game is the Atlanta Falcons against the Jacksonville Jaguars, or in this case, the Toy Story game, where the first time in NFL history on Disney Plus that a team was like the live. It was like, how would you describe it? It was the Toy Story animation in the live of NFL game. It was like actual live to live events, and it was really impressive how they did it. That Calvin really touched on it really nice in Andy's room. So I thought that was fun. What did you think about that game? It was a 23-7 win over the Falcons.
I think Trevor Lawrence is who he is. Like, he's that #1 pick, and like he's living up to that. And Calvin really is amazing. Like, I think they did him dirty in Atlanta, where it comes to like gambling and how. I mean, obviously you can't gamble. I could see the reason why you get punished for that, but like for a first-time offender to get 1 year off or like 1 year suspension for that is kind of crazy. And I feel like with the Toy Story like animation, I didn't see that until like after the game, so I was like, oh wow, like I can't believe they did that, and it was like accurate, and it was very good, and it was like really dope to see that like technology has gone so far where like you can incorporate things like that, like live events, into like animation so quickly. Because I think like over time, like things like that, like very possible and very cool.
Yeah, and I think Sunshine, as they call it, Trevor Lawrence, he is definitely that guy. I mean, he brought that comeback against the
Chargers.
The Chargers, yeah. San Diego super losers, as I like to call them. No bias, obviously.
Obviously.
But no, it is, and it's one of the things I always hear is that like when there's a new coach, there's a new regime, you always have to hear, well, we have to give it time. We have to give it time. No names, obviously. But with the Jags, they went 9-8. They won their division and they won a playoff game with 1 year of Doug Peterson. So I think that was pretty impressive of what he's able to do, and he's still doing. So 23-7 was a very convincing win. I had questions about the Jags because I believe the first game, I can't remember the first game. I know they lost that game, and it was like a game they shouldn't have lost. I believe it was like, was it the Commanders? They played, but it was like a game that was like, they shouldn't have won that. They should have won that, and they should have been like, on it. But no, I think the Jags take that division again. Titans are very inconsistent. I believe the Titans should.
I don't believe in Tannehill.
No, absolutely not. He was good for that. That only year that he was able to win the Super Bowl was they lost against the Chiefs in the title game.
Yeah,
that was a chance. But I guess, what do you think about the Jags in the AFC South?
AFC South is definitely Jags division because you have a rookie quarterback in Anthony Richardson in the Colts, and then you have Tannehill. I'm not afraid of. What's the third team in that?
It's the Texans.
The Texans. C.J. Stroud is nice.
He is nice.
He's nice.
He's a local boy. He's from the IE.
Yes.
From Rancho. So, we'd love to see the local talent.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna be. It's gonna be Texans and Jags this year, I think, in course of the division, and the division should be the Jags because Doug Peterson, I think, doesn't get enough credit, especially what he did in Philly, and I feel like when it comes to head coaches, and as soon as they do bad, as soon as the team does bad, the first person they blame is the head coach.
Yes.
Which is like, let's take a bigger look at it and see what else needs to be fixed in that regard.
Exactly, and I think, as I said, if Doug Peterson was on any other team besides Philly, he'd still have a job.
Yeah.
Because how do you get a team to a Super Bowl? How do you win a Super Bowl with your backup quarterback?
And then you get fired.
And even the following year when after they won the Super Bowl, they still made the playoffs. And they still won a playoff game. So it's like, yeah, they didn't win it again, but like, you still like had some few playoff wins, and you still were like contending. And it was because it was like 2017 they won, 2018 they won another playoff game, and then 2019 they didn't make it. 2020 was Carson Wentz was just terrible. And then 2021 is when they got Nick Sirianni. And then I remember at one point they wanted Jalen Hurts out. They wanted Nick Sirianni out. But then at the end, they went 9-8, and then 2022 they won the Super Bowl.
Right. Or go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they went. Yeah, well, they went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But I guess moving on, the Rams against the Colts. It was a very interesting game as the Rams were leading the entire game, 23 to 8 or 23 to 3.
Mm-hmm.
But Anthony Richardson, I always was saying that that 2022 draft, this year's draft actually. Yeah. This year's draft, I was like Anthony Richardson and C.J. Stroud are my two guys where I feel like they got the highest ceiling.
Right.
And even if Anthony Richardson's still young, he's still really raw. I was like, there's a lot of talent that you can mold. He's a perfect quarterback to train. He's a perfect quarterback to mentor, and he has a lot of potential. And he's been doing solid. He brought him back to tie the game and go to overtime. They lost, because the Rams won 29-23. Right. But it was a very impressive showing of what Anthony Richardson can do and how he can lead this team.
Anthony Richardson came in he definitely was a top 3 quarterback. Coming into the draft, you have Bryce Young and you have C.J. Stroud and you have Anthony Richardson. And the way the people talked about Anthony Richardson, they liked him, but they weren't confident in him because they saw him and they're like, oh, his pocket presence isn't that good, or he wasn't a traditional quarterback in that way. And I think he's definitely proven them all wrong in the sense of I could take care of this. I could take care and do this quarterback thing in my way, and he's doing that very well.
Yeah, I definitely do see that. I think one of Anthony Richardson's biggest things it was I think more for me I think he only played 2 years with the Gators, and the Gators are not a world beater.
Right.
Especially nowadays. But I think there's just the talent is there. He's a big body quarterback. He can move with the ball. He can just run over someone. What Marshawn Lynch say, can't say word for word what he said. Just run through him,
run face. Through him again
run
and
through
again
him.
And again.
And that's what I love about Anthony Richardson. And then with C.J. Stroud, I think his pocket presence is amazing. He knows what he's doing. He can twist. Not twist, but he can move left to right, make his reads. If he's not there, he might move, but he doesn't really move that much. He is a pocket passer quarterback.
Yeah.
But I do like that he just knows his awareness pretty well. And I think those are the two best quarterbacks. Bryce Young has disappointed me a lot.
Really?
But I still think, it's also the size. He's 5'11". Okay. Granted, Drew Brees was 5'11", but he was a bigger body though.
Right.
But Bryce Young, I think Bryce Young is still raw.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he still make it. Because it was him, and then Will Levis was the other quarterback that everyone was talking about. And we haven't seen anything of Will Levis yet.
No.
I think we will soon after if the Titans keep losing games. But I don't. To me, Will Levis was my least favorite quarterback at that draft. Mm-hmm. My favorite one was Anthony Richardson.
Right.
No, C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson, Bryce Young, and then Will Levis, and then Aiden O'Connell. But
Aiden O'Connell.
We'll discuss that later. And no, I think the Colts have a good chance of. I wouldn't say making the playoffs, but I definitely think they can have an 8-9 season, 9-8. Something where that's more than 7 games, and it's just an improvement overall to the team. While the Rams, I have a lot of question marks with the Rams. I don't think they're 2 years separated from their Super Bowl win. They don't seem like the old Rams of that era. They don't seem like they want to win. It feels like, they got the Super Bowl, and it's it kind of feels like, oh, we did it. We don't really need to win any more games, or we don't need to win another Super Bowl. And Matthew Stafford has been playing off. He is not that quarterback that they traded for. Aaron Donald is still doing Aaron Donald things. Cooper Kupp's back.
That's the greatest.
But I guess, what's your opinion on the Rams as of so far?
See, I got a few opinions on the Rams. The Rams, starting with Matthew Stafford, I don't ever think. See, I might get a lot of flack for saying this, but I think Matthew Stafford and Derek Carr play the same role.
Absolutely.
In my opinion, they play the same role. They're good quarterbacks. They could throw the ball. They could make the reads, but sometimes in games they choke it. They
Exactly.
they throw the interceptions or they act like they're a rookie quarterback, and it's like, all right, come on, you've been in the league too long to do this. But then again, Matthew Stafford, like you have, like Cooper Kupp, he breaks the yardage record a couple years ago, and then you have like when he played in Detroit, Calvin Johnson break that record. Like he's been a part of like historic moments, and it's like, okay, like he's not that bad, and he's not a fluke. But yeah, I think like him and Derek Carr could play the same. Like if you swapped players, it would have had the same result in my opinion, because that whole team was stacked. You had that whole defense was like A1 to the max, and then that offense was amazing too. Yeah, OBJ, Cooper Kupp, they played amazing. And like with the Rams, like I think it's just one of those like, okay, you win a championship. With a lot of teams, you win a championship and then you have down years. I think they're just in that patch of down years.
Exactly, because at least the way the Rams were building the team, they weren't building longevity.
Right.
Because we got to win now, now. Which is,
there's
nothing wrong with that. But it's a double-edged sword because, okay, you do the win now method, but you have no depth to replace Aaron Donald. You have no depth to replace Von Miller or Jalen Ramsey because you traded your picks. And I'm always a firm believer is like, yeah, you get the best talent, but like I feel like you got to have the best talent for longevity.
Right.
Because if, imagine if like they didn't trade away for Jalen Ramsey and they just built through the draft. Like the Rams are like, oh, the Rams can be the next dynasty, but they can't because and I don't have another pick for the next 2 years.
Right.
And like you can't get a quarterback, you can't draft a corner, you can't draft Aaron Donald's replacement, you can't draft many of these guys. And like I know like their biggest thing is to like draft a running back in the third round, but those running backs never do anything or any like most of their draft picks. So it's very interesting what the Rams are going to do with the next 2 years. Because I feel like if the next 2 years, I feel like this year is pretty bad, like 5-12. I think you got to look at McVay or the management or someone at the Rams front office is like, why is this team falling off so much when they were like the next big thing?
Yeah, I think that like with the Rams organization, I think they'll be okay because they have a stable. There's no drama. They have a stable organization, and obviously you have LA. Like LA is a great destination point, and like if you want to bring more stars in, it's easy to be like, all right, like if I'm gonna make money somewhere, it's gonna be in LA. Not just for football, but for business purposes too.
Yes, I see. But anyway, let's move on to Baltimore versus the Cleveland Browns. And man, the Browns, I think they made a poor decision getting Deshaun Watson.
Ooh.
Because they got blown out 28-3. No, I'm not talking about the Falcons versus Patriots. I'm talking about Baltimore versus Cleveland. And it was a terrible show from like Cleveland's offense. It was just putrid. It wasn't good. I mean, DTR, that UCLA quarterback played. There's never been a good UCLA quarterback, not even the Cowboys quarterback. What was his name? I forgot his name.
Cowboys quarterback, Dak Prescott?
Not Dak Prescott. He's from UCLA. It was the 90s one. The quarterback.
Oh, Troy Aikman.
Troy Aikman. No, he's not a good quarterback either. He just had Emmitt Smith and Michael Irvin at the right time.
Ooh, that's a hot take.
I've been saying that UCLA quarterbacks are never good. But anyway, point is, I think Cleveland is kind of in danger of another rebuild because it's just really interesting to see how they moved on for Baker. Meanwhile, Baker's like having a decent season with the Buccaneers. I believe they just won this past weekend against the New Orleans Saints, and they won pretty convincingly as well with a 26-9 victory. So Baker Mayfield is looking good, while meanwhile Deshaun Watson and the Cleveland quarterbacks are looking bad.
He's supposed to be the upgrade.
Yeah, and then it's just Baltimore just ran through them.
Right.
And it was not pretty. And I think Cleveland this year has a lot of tough decisions to make if they don't have another winning season, because you had a losing season last season, and you were coming off of a playoff victory about 3 years ago.
Right.
So there's no really excuses there. And Baltimore, We just see a Baltimore because I feel like Baltimore's taking this division because that division is pretty weak of the AFC North because the Bengals are just falling off.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Burrow's hurt. The Steelers don't have a good quarterback. I don't care what anyone thinks, but Kenny Pickett is not.
No, he's not. He throws the one wide receiver and he's called great. Like
the defense is great. T.J. Watt's still doing his thing, but I believe that definitely Cleveland has a lot of question marks and more answers.
Right.
So moving on to Minnesota versus Carolina, it was one of the worst games of a victory I saw from like Minnesota. Minnesota, I think is a very inconsistent team. It was like 21-13, but like at one point it seemed like Minnesota's not going to win that game because at one point Kirk Cousins threw a pick six.
Mm-hmm.
It's a classic move from him. And it looks like the Panthers are going to win, but Minnesota was able to scratch it out 21-13. But I think after this season, you got to let Kirk Cousins go.
Should have let Kirk Cousins go a long time ago, in my opinion. Look, Kirk Cousins is not good, in my opinion.
He's not.
He's never really been that good. Like ever since he replaced RG3 back in Redskins, it's just been this constant like hyping Kirk Cousins and say, "Oh, this is gonna be the year he's gonna be great." But like year after year, like his big thing is gets into prime time, he doesn't perform well. And like if you want to be great, you gotta perform well in prime time.
Exactly.
And yeah, Minnesota, like you got Justin Jefferson over there. You need to get him the ball consistently, and then you also have I forgot his name. His last name is Addison. It's the second wide receiver.
Yeah, he's again. They have two great receivers. They have a great offense. I think their coach is cool. I wouldn't say he's great. I mean, he did get them 13 wins at the first season, but I think the Vikings is a lot of fool's gold because 13-4 last season, but it wasn't really that impressive for me because it was like you didn't beat the Giants, and I think the Giants are not that a good team, but they're just coached well. They don't have good players, but like they're just really coached really well. And I think after this season, because the thing what happened is that I feel like with Kirk Cousins winning that playoff game against the Saints that one season,
that
prolonged the suffering. Yeah. It prolonged more of Kirk Cousins good, but he's not. I think that's like the double-edged sword of like winning a playoff game with an average quarterback because he's staying longer. So then moving on to Cincinnati and Tennessee. Again, Cincinnati's just falling off because Burrow's hurt. He's playing hurt, and Tennessee really shouldn't have won that game, but honestly, they should have sat Burrow out for like a month, make him miss like 5 games.
Injury? It's probably still the injury.
Yeah, instead of him playing like that Monday night game, like you should have just sat him out.
Yeah,
because at this point, if he's out for like longer, you're gonna lose more than like 5 games that you would have like had him out for a month.
Right. I think Cincinnati is like Joe Burrow. Like I picked the Cincinnati Bengals to like win the division because I thought they were gonna actually be like stay dominant in that sense. But you could definitely say it's an injury, but I wouldn't like just give them that to say that whole team isn't performing to the team that they were last year. Joe Burrow just throwing like he has a short arm. Like, he can't throw deep or, like, can't get to his wide receivers. And then you can't get it to Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
Like, you're your best receiver. You got to find a way to get him the ball.
Exactly.
If you can't, you're not going to succeed. They're just sluggish and not, like very, silent in that regard on the offense. And the defense has always been okay. Like, it's never been too good, but it's never been too bad.
Yeah, but, if you have Joe Burrow throwing for 5 touchdowns a game, I think your defense can just get one stop,
But, if he's not performing the way he is, like...
You're going to get 27-3 results. But then up to the next, Tampa Bay versus New Orleans Saints, 26-9. Damn, that Saints quarterback's only scored 9 points. Interesting. When there was a game that they could have won that game because it was not too far from them. I'm not going to get too much into that because, we're struck for time a little bit. But I do think Tampa, that NFC South division, I don't think it's as easy as everyone makes it seem to be because I think everyone is equally bad or equally average, that it gives everyone else a chance to be good. Because Atlanta was 2-2, I believe. Buccaneers are like I think 3-1 right now. Saints are still like 2-2, and Carolina's like 1-3. But so that they're not, nobody's out of the picture.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a really interesting division because I can see anyone take it. I don't see anyone like running away with it.
Right.
You know, even that New Orleans quarterback who said like it's a for sure easy win, easy time there. But no names. But continuing on to Miami and Buffalo, there's interesting stats since the Super Bowl era, teams that like scored like more than 50 points are like 1-6 the next week.
Really?
Yes. And Miami just got cooked, 48-20 from Buffalo. Could this be the year where the Buffalo Bills changed their name? Because the Bills actually is an acronym. It means, boy, I love losing Super Bowls.
That's the first time I ever heard that.
So
Buffalo's,
maybe it's, boy, I love winning Super Bowls, so it's a W instead of 2 L's.
I don't know. I think for years now, Buffalo has been one of the top teams in the AFC.
Mm-hmm.
And that team has consistently failed on expectations and come short.
Yes.
Like, you should have been in the Super Bowl 2 years ago.
Exactly.
And the fact that last
year
year too, like the fact that you guys couldn't get to the AFC Championship is very eye-opening. It's like, okay, something has to change, something has to go, and something needs to be inserted into this team because you can't keep giving this team Super Bowl contending like odds and
not fill them.
Yeah, and then continuously fall from that expectation. Exactly. And it's just like Buffalo, I'm not convinced of being a Super Bowl team. There's only like 2 or 3 Super Bowl contenders in my opinion.
Yeah, and
really.
Then I'd say that's the same as well. Miami, I still think Miami has a good chance of going to the playoffs. I don't think they're going to win the division. I still think the Bills has that. But I still think Miami still coached really well. I think Mike McDaniel is one of the better McDaniel coaches out there. So moving on to the next game, the Tank Bowl, I like to call.
Right.
The Denver Broncos versus Chicago Bears. 31-28, and that was a tough game to watch because it was just like nobody wants to win this. They want Caleb Williams.
Right.
And it was like 28-28 just for the longest time. I was like, man, this is like terrible. But the state of the Broncos, I think the Broncos they just don't know what they're doing. They get blown out by Miami 70 points. They lose to a Raiders team that can't score more than 20 points a game.
Yeah. They
lose to the Commanders. And I think that the Broncos are just it's a team that they have no identity. What do they want to be? They want to be a shutdown defense? Do they want to be a killer offense? Russell Wilson's very inconsistent. John Elway doesn't know how to draft a good quarterback to save his life. You drafted Paxton Lynch in the first round, and then you just don't play him the rest of the year. And then Trevor Siemian was your starting quarterback at one point. Joe Flacco was Joe Flacco still has a lot of in the tank left in him. I remember John Elway said that, and I'm like, oh really?
Right.
You benched him by week 5 that season. So that team is a mess. Same with the Chicago Bears. The Chicago did beat Washington 40-20 last night, and that does save Matt Eberflus's job for a little bit. But I think that Bears team, unless they pick it up these next 5 weeks and they go on a 4-1 streak, who knows? Because after last night, it was pretty impressive that they dropped 40 and that DJ Moore dropped 49 points on the fantasy team that I was going up against. No chance of winning that now. It was a 50-50% chance of I'm winning and versus the opponent. Now it's 30% chance I win.
Man, the drop off is crazy.
It was crazy, but yeah, Denver. I mean, they're not a good team.
Nah, Denver they were said to have one quarterback away from winning the Super Bowl.
I remember hearing that. They got Russell Wilson, and they were terrible.
Yeah, they got Russell Wilson, expecting him to be the Seattle Russell Wilson.
Which I think he wasn't.
Yeah, and he was just slowly declining. As soon as that first year in Denver, it just exploded, and it was just like, oh, what happened? Is he all right? Is it the coaching? So they got rid of the coaching, after 1 year.
Uh-huh.
Got Sean Payton, who's supposed to be this guru of a quarterbacks coach and guru in the offensive category, and
1-3.
1-3.
And the only game you've beaten was a Bears team. That's not that good.
Right.
And the teams that you lost to was like, okay, you lost to the Raiders by a point, you lost to the Commanders by a score, and then you just got blown out by the Miami Dolphins by like 50.
By 50. I was at work and I was watching that game, and I was like, is that score right?
Yeah, it was right.
I was like, this is a basketball score. What's going on? And I was just like, all right, like, pack it up, restart.
Moving on, the Commanders and Philadelphia Eagles. The Eagles won 34-31, and I think the Eagles are a very interesting team because I'd say they are a Super Bowl contender by default because they were at the Super Bowl, but I don't think they're running away with it because Jalen Hurts has scored 7 picks at this point. Between I think it was either 5 or 7 picks. I remember it was last season. It was he hadn't scored he only threw 2 picks by week 10.
Right.
And now he's 5 picks by week 4.
Yeah, Philly is definitely one of my Super Bowl contenders. They're always a good team, and I think they will be in the conference championship this year, in my opinion. I don't really think that other team in that division, that star, I don't think is always gonna fall off when they need to fall off. But Philly is definitely Jalen Hurts. I believe in him. He definitely deserves payday very soon. And yeah, that offense is very not stagnant, but very explosive when it needs to be. They could run the ball. They have Swift that they got from Detroit, and I think that was very big because you had Sanders last year, which he wasn't that
consistent.
Yeah, he wasn't that consistent. He wasn't there every day, and I feel like Swift was a very good piece that's showing up very early.
Yeah, definitely. But as I mentioned, I'm just very curious to see the Eagles because the Eagles are very. Again, they're the only undefeated team right now, I believe, but they still behind the Niners, and there are 2 undefeated teams, but it doesn't feel like they're the Eagles of last season. Because I feel like the Eagles of last season, yeah, they were playing bad teams, but they were blowing them out.
Yeah.
But now this time they're playing bad teams or average teams, and they're not blowing them out. And it's close games. All the games that they played were close enough where they could have lost.
Right.
Moving on to the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Texans when C.J. Stroud just showed up who he is, 30-6. No need to really explain that. I mean, DeMeco Ryans has turned that organization around as of now. I'm not going to say, I'm not going to crown him, that one head coaching. If you want to crown him, then crown him. It was but I'm not going to say that just yet. Obviously, I want to see, because it's still, week 5, and you still don't really know, a team's identity. I feel like by week 12, you can really tell, who the team is. But I think the Houston Texans are cooking something special. But the Steelers, Pickett's not it. Your defense is still great.
Not at all.
But Pickett's just not it. I don't think so.
Pickett throws a one wide receiver, George Pickens. That's the only wide receiver he sees on the field. Every other person on that team is just there running cardio. Because seriously,
their laps.
Pickett is just he just throws a one wide receiver and he sticks to that one person and he doesn't look comfortable out there. He's just
and it's specifically with when he won against the Raiders that game, everyone was saying that he's great, and I'm like, have you seen the Raiders corners? They're not that good. So Kenny Pickett throwing a bomb to Pickens, yeah, he was gonna do that. The corners are not that good. So and then he goes against someone like the Texans who has a better defense, and I'm like, well, what did I tell you? He's not that good.
Right.
And yeah, so I think that's what's that. Houston's wins 30-6 on that one. Next game, the Chargers versus the Raiders, 24-17. I have a lot to say. Not ouch. Good.
It's ouch for me. Look.
I mean, it's still ouch, but like I've been numb to this already, and I think I've accepted the misery.
Yeah,
You know,
the
I've accepted-
Raiders always give me hope. Like I
didn't give me
always
hope.
have a slimmer of hope every year, and
Absolutely
it
not.
dwindles throughout the year. It goes very slowly, and especially this game for sure. Like we had the rookie quarterback come in, and Aiden O'Connell is supposed to save us, and he's supposed to be different from Jimmy Garoppolo. And we did have a chance in the game to win, but I definitely think play calling
It's very
is the
predictable.
issue for the
It's
Raiders.
very predictable. It's anytime Aiden O'Connell was like throwing the ball, he always looked to his right to go to Devontae Adams, and I'm like,
There's only 2 wide receivers out there.
yeah, it's Devontae and Jacoby Myers,
Yes.
and I'm like, you have Renfro, you have a tight end,
Right.
You
Hunter
gotta utilize
Renfro.
these like players, and it's like my biggest issues on this team is like it's very predictable, and again, you're putting your faith on Aiden O'Connell, who's 24 years old.
Hmm.
I think he's about to turn 25 this year. And you're about to give a rookie a contract to a quarterback that's going to be 28 if he like stays, which I think that's just a terrible move. The defense, it's interesting that Khalil Mack got 6 sacks. You know, that one stings. But and Josh McDaniels after the game was all like, yeah, Aiden O'Connell just has to keep the ball better. But like you had no double teams
He
against.
really
Khalil
Josh
Mack.
McDaniels really threw his quarterback under the bus.
Yeah, and this is why I don't want this team to win, because like I'm just not excited to keep Josh McDaniels. I said last season I was like, you know what, I'm gonna give him this season, and I'm gonna give him next season like the first 5 games, 1 and 3.
We're here.
You know, we're here
Yeah.
1 and 3, and I'm like, this is not it. And if they keep winning, they're gonna keep him.
Yeah.
So, but the Chargers, I think they're not a good team either,
No, they're not.
because if
Yeah.
the Raiders offense was only scored the most is 18 points for about 4 games. That's the highest they've scored. How did the offense shut down against the Raiders defense in the second half, and they only scored 7 points?
Really?
And I'm like, that's a big question, Brandon Staley, because Brandon Staley has not had a good defense on the Chargers in his tenure.
Right. And honestly, play calling on that side of the ball too. Ever since his first year, when we go back to that Raiders game in Week 17, the game where whoever wins that game, they go to the playoffs.
Yeah.
He calls a timeout,
Yeah.
and then the following year, you let a team come back from 27 points.
Yeah. And another thing was that he was going on 4th down all the time. The one Chiefs game, it was a Thursday night versus the Chiefs in SoFi. There was 3 times where he went for 4th down, and 3 of those times were field goals. In that game, they lost by like 6 points. What's 3 field goals? 9 points. 9 points would just beat the Chiefs, and they wouldn't have to play that Raiders game thinking that, oh, we got to make the playoffs. They probably would have been in the playoffs at that point.
Right.
And then that game would have just been like, oh, let's rest our starters. And then another thing that what Brandon Staley does, I just think is very irresponsible, is that he starts his starters in Week 17 last season when they already qualified for the playoffs.
Right.
And it's not a division. They're not fighting for the division. It's already the 5th seed. They're clinched.
Right.
Why are you playing them? And
Then
Mike Williams
Williams gets hurt.
That he would have been a good help for that game.
Yeah, it's just decision making. Like these 2 coaches is like they forgot how to do simple stuff.
Yes.
Like it's just a simple thing. It's not like complicated schemes. It's just like, all right, should we run here? Should we pass here? Should we call a timeout here? Should we not call a timeout here? Should we go for it on 4th down here? Should we not? Like
you learn this when you're playing Madden at 10 years old.
Like
this is some simple
Pop
stuff.
Warner stuff, man.
Pop Warner stuff, exactly. So, but moving on, we got the Niners in Arizona. I mean, 35-16, the Niners win. Expected. Arizona surprised me from winning a game last week against the Cowboys, and they just like, it wasn't like it was a win that like they won by 3 points. No,
Right.
they destroyed them.
Convincing.
But with the Niners, yes, I think they're the Super Bowl contenders right now because they won the title game. But I don't think they're running away with it because I don't think they played anyone that good yet. And Kyle Shanahan's system is known to get quarterbacks injured. Jimmy G has been injured every year that he's been there. Brock Purdy got injured towards the playoffs. And then they got another quarterback injured. So it's very interesting to me just how quarterbacks just be getting injured in Shanahan's system. Also RG3 too. He's part of that
RG3.
system as well. But it's expected. They have a good defense. They got Fred Warner, would be nice.
The
Nick
best
Bosa.
linebacker in the league.
Yeah, and that like front seven is really great.
Yes.
I'm not going to deny that, but I guess you can put them at the contender spot, which.
Yeah, I mean San Francisco, in my opinion, is the best team in the league.
Yes.
I know despite a lot of people might have issues with Kyle Shanahan and how he might coach, or he might have put people in position that is unfavorable, but like I think what he was able to do last year, losing 3 quarterbacks and still getting his team to the conference to the conference championship, possibly to the Super Bowl.
It's so
a lot of people
he
are like,
knows he it's good coaching. The team is coached really well, but it's just it sometimes seems like they are playing at the wrong time. It feels that. But moving on, we got the Dallas Cowboys against the New England Patriots, and the Cowboys win 38-3. And Christian Gonzalez gets injured that game. I think he's been a really great rookie. Would have been nice to draft him over certain Texas Tech Raider, but no names, of course.
No names.
But the Patriots are really weird because they draft some good players. They drafted him. They've gotten some good signings in free agency, but then they got no answer for anything. I mean, Bill Belichick still is able to win some games and still do some stuff, but really since 2020, it was 2019. I think that was when was the last time? It was 2019. They made the last playoffs. That was last when Brady was there. They haven't done really much. They haven't done a lot of noise. They haven't. They go 6-10, maybe 7-10. They probably beat a team or two to get them off the playoffs, but they're not that world beater anymore. And it's crazy to see as someone who grew up in the 2000s, seeing the Patriots just oh, they're in that Super Bowl title again.
Yeah.
Oh, they're in the Super Bowl again. But now it's oh, they're in last place and third place again.
Right.
Wow. It just. I'm not I don't really care about the Patriots.
Right.
I wasn't alive during the Tuck rule, so that really does not affect me. But it's just crazy to see how you see greatness just fall off.
Right.
Instantly when you see a great player like Tom Brady just leave.
Yeah, I got a question though.
What's up?
Is Bill Belichick on Fraud Watch?
Ooh, he's on the hot seat. I do believe if this season they're 1-8, or they go on a 4-game losing streak, I think he's definitely on the hot seat because, I don't think he's wants to really coach up Mac Jones for
See, I'll say this. I feel I don't think there's any way Bill Belichick gets fired because you spend 20 years with an organization. It's like Greg Popovich.
And then win 6 Super Bowls.
Yeah, I don't think you ever get fired. I think your job is secured for life until you want to retire. It's just that will the Patriots ever get back to where they were?
I don't think so because just being that dominant of a franchise, I don't think you just go back to it. I think it's gonna you're gonna lose for the next 40 years and then maybe get back to it, but it's just the standard's so high. You have 2 dynasties within 20 years. That's really hard to replicate. Look at the Niners who had that 4 Super Bowls in those 80s and 90s, and then you had the Steelers in the 70s. You had the Cowboys of the 90s. You had the Browns of the 50s and 60s because they were really good during those times. Even the Lions early on in the NFL days, and same with the Packers. And then you see those teams now. Yes, they're consistently good, or some of them are just really bad. But you can't repeat that. Look at in other sports to compare, the Yankees. They have 27 World Series rings, but they haven't done anything since 2000.
Right. Really,
they've only won 1 World Series since then. And in this past decade, they haven't even made the playoffs this year. And they have the highest payroll. Obviously, it's not MLB, but just an example of just when you have the standard so high, right, everything compared to that is just going to be terrible.
Right.
And that's why with the Patriots, it's just they're just going to probably be an average team for the next couple of years. They're probably going to they can make the playoff. Maybe they get 1 Super Bowl after that, but they're not repeating the 6 Super Bowls in 20 years again.
Nah.
Anyway, moving on to the Kansas City versus the New York Jets. Kansas City, after this game, I was this is not the Kansas City old. No, granted, they're still they're still Kansas City. They're still the Super Bowl contenders. They're the favorites.
Mm-hmm.
But you give up 20 points against Zach Wilson. That's too many points.
Mm-hmm.
And it was they won by 3. And granted, the Jets have a great defense, but I don't think they should be winning that closely to them. And the Chiefs have been struggling with receivers. Kelsey's been playing all right, but he hasn't been playing like the superstar that we know he is. And I'm curious to see what you think about the Chiefs right now.
Kansas City will always be the top team until they get beaten.
Absolutely.
But yeah, they're ever since Eric Bieniemy left, they're not explosive. They're not consistent.
Mm-hmm.
And then you don't have a wide receiver over there. You just have Kelsey and Mahomes. Really, like other than those two, and Swift.
Mm-hmm. Also, I think not having Juju on that team anymore has like hurt because Juju was playing really good with them during last season.
Juju was nice. Juju's a Long Beach kid.
Long Beach Poly. Let's go. But yeah, I do agree with that sentiment. I'm not gonna say the Chiefs falling off, but
No, most definitely
you
not.
see the cracks a little
Mhm.
bit. And if you had a team where it's like in the AFC West that can definitely just take it down. Oh, interesting. We just got some news for that. But to finish off that sentence, like unless you have like a team in the AFC West that can really like score some points and then have like a good defense as the Jets, the Chiefs can definitely be beaten. But we just got some breaking news that Randy Gregory, the pass rusher of the Broncos, was traded to the 49ers. It's very interesting because I was going to mention how I remember in the 2022 offseason, Chandler Jones was signed to the Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
Randy Gregory was signed to the Broncos, and J.C. Jackson was signed to the Chargers. And everyone was like, oh, the AFC West is loading up to go against the Chiefs. And all three of those players are gone from those teams. And it's like, first of all, Chandler Jones, yes, he's been going crazy. I wouldn't say crazy. I've been definitely doing some interesting things, going on live talking about how Josh McDaniels does substances, that Mark Davis does some substance, that, Aaron Hernandez didn't. There's something fishy about Aaron Hernandez's death, he said, that Josh McDaniels played a role in it.
Right.
That he says free Jenny Aiko, that's his favorite crush. Like he's saying a lot of stuff on Twitter. He's like, the Raiders should never cut me, put me back, or I'm gonna expose what Max Crosby is doing. I'm like, what? And he's talking some crazy things, just wild things. Right. And to be honest, I don't think it was a very good signing to begin with because I don't think he's a very consistent pass rusher anymore because in 2021, yes, you had him like have 12 sacks, but you had 6 sacks in one game, which was not that impressive because you're not having a sack consistently. Because there was games where it was like 5 or 6 games where you just didn't have a sack. Mm-hmm. And Chandler Jones has been underwhelming. Randy Gregory's been underwhelming. J.C. Jackson's been underwhelming. And it's just interesting to see, like, again, with, like, how a lot of teams trying to counteract the Chiefs, and they still can't do it.
Right. With the Randy Gregory situation with the 49ers, I think that's a perfect spot for him because not everybody could be a star in this league. And he got drafted to Dallas to be the star and to be the next pass rusher. And then you go to Broncos and you try to revive your career. Then you go to the 49ers. You have Nick Bosa over there. You have everybody else on that defensive line. You just got to be.
It'll be very easier for him.
Yeah, you just got to fit a position, and you just got to do your job. That's it.
Yeah,
on
block,
there.
tackle, and execute.
Right. And then with Chandler Jones, it just came out of nowhere.
It really did.
He was practicing with the team.
I think he was injured or just did not participate.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he's like making these tweets.
Right.
Saying that Mark Davis and Josh McDaniels do some substances. Right. And I'm like, whoa, really? And I'm like, I think maybe, what are you on, man?
Right.
Are you okay?
Like you look at it sideways because it's like, where is this coming from?
Exactly.
You never acted like this before. You texting AB.
Yeah.
Talking about, oh, we need to talk. And like, what do you need to talk about him for? Like, we already went through Antonio Brown before. Like, no, like, it's just like every time a Raider gets a star player, something like this
I don't think he
happens.
was a star player, but or some type of like big signing, quote unquote.
Right.
Something happens like this.
Something
but,
always happens.
But yeah, just to recap the final game: Seattle versus New York Giants, 24-3. Seattle wins. I don't think the Giants are a very good team. I don't think Daniel Jones is a very good quarterback. I don't know why they signed him for that contract, but again, that's what happens when you win a playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
You buy yourself some time. And then what happens to the Giants after they beat the Vikings? They got shut out by the Eagles.
Yeah.
And it just goes to show you that, just because you win a playoff game doesn't mean you're a good quarterback. And you buy yourself some time.
That's exactly what he did. Bought himself some time last year.
And Seattle, I don't think they're a world beater anymore. I don't think – I mean, they just –
Yeah, they're definitely not 2015.
They were able to beat a Giants team that I don't think is very good. They don't have Saquon Barkley right now, but it's a very interesting season because I said I don't think there's any team that's taken away with it. I don't think Buffalo is like, yes, they're a Super Bowl contender by default, just because they're always in the division or AFC title game. The Chiefs as well, Eagles, and I'd say the Niners probably the only one I say he's going to win it this season. But even then, I can say, well, the Eagles can like beat the Niners, and Lions could be the dark horse. I definitely do think they're winning that North Division title. But I guess, what do you think about the Super Bowl contenders, just to wrap things up?
Yeah, 49ers, Kansas City are the big ones. And Philly is the three that I have, and the only ones that I really have. Really, just every other team has holes in them. Not to say that Kansas City doesn't. I think Philly and San Francisco are the more complete team out of the three. But Kansas City can't go against Patrick Mahomes until he gets beat.
Exactly.
Really. And, nobody in the AFC is really stopping them at this point. No one has the team to stop them. So, it's just those three.
Could have been the Jets, but,
Aaron Rodgers. You seen the, video of his Achilles getting popped like that? I never seen that before.
No, this has been the first week of Going for Two with, I am your host, Beto, here at 22 West Media, on the YouTube channel of 22 West Media. And this is
Matthew Dixon.
All right. We'll see you next week, and we got some good games coming up.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when they send the payment to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. Hundred only, you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the bag, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't lead trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the bag, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going on stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing.
Hello and welcome everybody to our first installment of Footy Fridays. I'm your host, Zach Durham, along with my co-host here, Desi Lopez. Why don't you tell me about yourself, Desi?
Yeah, I've been following soccer for a pretty long time now. Been a Tottenham fan for 6-7 years now. Big Tottenham guy. And yeah, I'm excited to be on Footy Fridays with you, Zach, and our producer over there, Carlos Raya.
Awesome. Yeah, produced by Carlos Raya, doing all the jobs behind the scenes. Do you get sound on your end?
No.
No? Yeah, we're not getting sound on our end. We just can't hear in the headset. No, I don't hear anything in the headset. We got no sound.
Wait, you can't hear audio from the computer?
No. No audio.
I I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, one.
Stinks. Very entertaining match, considering the score was 0-0. Yeah, a lot of 26 shots on target for both teams, 15 for the Beach, 11 for the Mustangs. Really felt like a win that we should have deserved in that one for sure.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you. You were broadcasting that game live last night, right?
Yeah, I was there. Definitely a lot of chances in the first half at the Beach. So Cal Poly's keeper, I'm blanking on her name off the top of my head right now, but she was the 2022 Big West Goalie of the Year, and she showed it last night. I mean, she had 7 total saves. She kept her team in it the whole game, and Cherry Cox had multiple opportunities for us. Couldn't convert any of them, and same goes for them. Their forwards had plenty of chances to score, but our keeper Zora made a couple of good saves when we needed her. But looking at their results, I mean, 6 wins, 5 losses, and 3 draws. I've been at all 3 draws, of course. Right now they currently sit, they are tied for last place in the Big West standings as of right now with 5 points. A win last night would have put them tied for 3rd place on points with Cal Poly and UC San Diego. But on to the next one. The next home game, well, the next 5 games, the remaining 5 games of the season are going to be at Northridge, home against UC San Diego, at UC Riverside, at Cal State Fullerton, and home against Hawaii. So,
yeah, do you think that's like a defensive, masterclass from them, or do you think that's something on the offensive side where they got to say, we got to get going a little bit? Because obviously you were at the game live, and if you see something that listening we haven't, then
defensively they looked sound. I didn't go to the Bakersfield game last week where they lost 3-0.
Right.
But last night defensively they looked very comfortable in possession and playing it out of the back. It was really just there was a lot of offsides. I think they weren't quite clicking offensively and when to make the runs and when to make the 1-2 passes. But like I said, there was opportunities to put it in the back of the net and they couldn't. But this is a talented Beach team, and it'd be a shame if they didn't make it to the NCAA tournament. I mean, only a week ago they were receiving votes for the top 25. So
yeah, they have some solid offensive players. Alicia Laramie, Cherie Cox obviously was injured at the beginning of the season, but yeah, they have some solid offensive players on that team. So
yeah.
I'm excited to see if they can get it going.
A talking point, at least last night for me, I mentioned on the game, Kana Okita, freshman from Japan, and another freshman, Brooklyn Antonucci. They're going to be the future for this Long Beach team. I mean, they're both only freshmen, and they're rock solid on that back line for Long Beach. So hopefully we can get some points in these last 5 games. Would be nice, but it's a grind. It's a grind of a season.
Tough opponents so far this year, I think.
Yeah, the Big West is a tough conference. So to transition into the big boys, we're going to start off with Premier League. I guess the big talking point everyone has heard by now or is tired of hearing about the VAR controversy, the PGMOL, whatever. What does that even stand for?
I don't even know. Yeah, it's a big controversy though, and everybody's obviously heard about it. Hopefully, and what do you think about it? I mean, I know. Did you watch that game live? The Spurs
I did
Liverpool
watch it
game?
live, and we're biased. We're Spurs fans,
yes.
But I think it was a bit unlucky.
Yeah.
My argument is, it's happened. This isn't the first time that it's happened.
Right.
Bournemouth were literally relegated from the Premier League over a VAR call.
Yeah.
It was a different situation, but the same in that there was a protocol to go through the process, and they didn't follow that protocol.
Right.
And I think that's why the controversy has become so popular. It's like, how do we get some consistency with the order of to go through with that process and make the call when it should have been made? Because that first goal from Luis Diaz should have been called onside.
Yeah, 100%. And even a biased Spurs fan would say the same thing. I hope, because it was very clearly He was very clearly onside.
And that first yellow card from Jota
Yeah.
was laughable.
Yeah,
it was pretty egregious
was.
from the referee. I don't know who the ref was that day.
And, refs are going to make mistakes. They're not going to be perfect always, even though you hope for that. But I've heard people that they want to abolish VAR in general. And, I don't know what you think about that, but I don't know if that's the answer to this.
I think they just need to redefine it.
Yeah.
I think there needs to be a clear and concise process for, okay, this person is in charge of making a decision, and he relays that information. Because I think right now there's just a question of who is really making the decisions. Is it the video assistant? Is it the referee on the field?
Right.
Is it the VAR officials back in? I don't know where the headquarters are off the top of my head. But, yeah, I mean, Liverpool are saying they were robbed, but, so were Tottenham in the 2019 Champions League final.
Yeah.
So were Bournemouth
Yeah.
back when they got relegated. So many other teams have done what Liverpool is doing, but this has been one of the worst ones.
Yeah.
And I think that's why the controversy is so relevant.
I was just about to say, it happens. It's happened in the past, but I think because it was so clearly, it was such a big mistake, that's why it's such a big controversy, because it hasn't been that bad in the past. I don't think, at least, because that was a very clear mistake from the officials and from the VAR team as well. I don't know if you've heard the audio of them.
Yeah, the audio is bad.
Yeah.
And that's where people are saying, who's in charge? If they're in communication,
Mm-hmm.
someone's got to take the authority or have the authority to make a decision,
Right.
and you follow that decision.
Yeah.
And so I think that's what people want to see when it comes to more concise protocol for VAR.
Yeah. I think the officials have come a long way when it comes to VAR, but there's still some strides to be made. And, that just takes time, and there's going to be mistakes and there's going to be problems, but, there's going to be rough patches involved whenever these things happen, especially from fans of a team like Liverpool, where, diehard fans, you've always had those types of teams, the biggest clubs in England. But yeah, it'll be a process for sure.
Couldn't agree more. Well, Spurs, they'll walk away from that game happy.
They will.
They'll take the 3 points. A lot of people, we're going against 9 men. They got 2 red cards in that game. So
Yeah.
I certainly thought they should have gotten it done. Maybe they didn't. The referees helped them out there. But moving on from all that controversy, let's look into the standings. Man City, 6 wins, 1 loss, sitting at the top of the table. And the only 2 unbeaten teams left in the Premier League, you got Tottenham and Arsenal, who have already played each other. They drew 2-2 a couple weeks ago. Liverpool in 4th, Aston Villa 5th, Brighton 6, West Ham 7, Newcastle 8, Crystal Palace 9, and Man United 10. That rounds off the top half of the league. Any surprises in that top half for you?
I don't know if it's a surprise, but I would say Aston Villa. They're right up there in that 5th spot. I mean, it's it's still relatively early in the season, but they've surprised a lot of people, I think. And I think coming into the season, we've already talked about Spurs a little bit, but I don't know if anybody picked them to be in the top 2, at least so far this season, especially with their departure of Harry Kane to the Bundesliga.
Yeah, he's living it up in Bayern right now.
He
That's
is
for
living
sure.
it up,
But yeah, Villa, they started spending some money. They've had some success, and I think they played in the Conference League last year, or no, that's this year. They're in Europe this year, but regardless, they went out and bought some players. Nicolo Zaniolo from Roma.
Right.
I know he's been injured and he's had his trouble staying on the field and staying healthy. They go out and get Moussa Diaby from Leverkusen.
It's a big signing right there.
Yeah, I mean, and he's got pace, man. So they're bringing in these world-class players. I mean, I don't want to call world-class, but
They're first
elite
team players, yeah.
Yeah, Champions League level players into Birmingham, into the Villa, man.
Yep.
So I think it's cool to see. My roommate's an Aston Villa fan, so
I bet he's excited right now.
yeah, good for him.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah. I think
I guess the biggest surprise at the bottom half of the league would be Chelsea.
yeah.
2 wins, 2 draws, 3 losses through their 7 games. They do have the best defense in the league. I don't know if you've seen that.
Yeah.
They've only allowed 6 goals in their 7 games.
And that's without Reece James at the right back position.
No Reece James, no Badiashile.
Yep.
Thiago Silva is just kind of holding it down back there by himself.
Yeah.
But
They have a young team too. It's
it's a whole new team.
Yeah, it's
Todd Bowley spent $1
revamped.
billion.
Yep.
So I think that's why Chelsea fans and most Premier League fans expected them to be doing better if you're going to spend that much money.
Yeah. Yeah.
You should have more than 8 points after 7 matches.
It's a big problem for them, I think. That's Very, very surprising. And I'm sure Chelsea fans are not excited at all about this, so far at least.
I think they just got to trust the process. You know, they'll have players come back and get healthy.
Yeah.
Mudryk finally scored his first goal.
Right, yeah.
Broja just came back and he scored a goal. I watched a bit of that. Their last game was against Fulham.
Yeah.
Bit of West London rivalry right there.
Yeah. Yeah, they've relied on a lot of young people this season, especially up top. You know, at the forward position, I think they've relied on Nicholas Jackson a lot to, hold down the fort up there, but it's been a struggle, I think, just a little bit. But again, like you said, trust the process, and it's a long season, so they got a long way to make some improvements.
Do you think Caicedo's starting to fit in a bit more? Because it was a rough first start for him.
I think he is. I think the price tag that they put on him to play well, I think, what was it, over 100 million, right? For
It's
the
like 110.
110 million for him. I think that might have got to his head a little bit. It's not easy to play in the Premier League. So, but he's getting more comfortable. That's what happens when you spend time in the league. You play games, you get with your teammates, you build friendships, and you just get more comfortable with the position you're in and the position you're playing. And yeah, I think he's getting a little bit more comfortable. And I think as the season goes on, he'll start to show why he was worth that price tag.
Yeah, certainly hoping to get a bit better results here. I'm not sure what their schedule is coming up. It's actually a pretty brutal schedule. I saw it somewhere on an Instagram post as I'm pulling it up right now. Well, they've got Burnley tomorrow, so that should be a win. But their next 6 Premier League games after that are against Arsenal, Brentford, Tottenham, Man City, and Newcastle. Well, that's 5. And then after that, they get Brighton.
Okay.
So that's a tough stretch.
Yeah,
of
that
games
is a tough stretch.
in the Premier League. They've got a Carabao Cup game in there, too, against Blackburn.
I think as they start to get some
win.
players back from injury, they'll have a little bit more consistency.
More depth,
More
too.
depth, especially, yeah. Especially with the departures they've had this offseason, with Kante going to the Saudi League, the goalkeeper Mendy also going to the Saudi League. I'm blanking on some others, but
Yeah, that was surprising.
Some
I don't
big
know. I thought
names.
Mendy for sure would want to stay, but they went out and got Roberto Sanchez from Brighton.
right.
He's looked solid so far.
Yeah, on that topic, I wanted to ask you, what are your thoughts on the players going to the Saudi League, especially more of the younger players? Because I know it's kind of a theme with older players to, at the end of their career, they like to go to the MLS and other places just to, be able to play when they're older. But I wondered what your thoughts were on the Saudi League players.
In the case of a player who's already conquered Europe, they're in their mid to late 30s.
Right.
They may not have won the Champions League, but they've played in it. They maybe won a couple of domestic cups. They're veterans. At that point, it's like, I'm not the level I was anymore. I'm not going to be starting for Real Madrid or AC Milan, top teams. And you start thinking about your family and financial security, and these Saudi teams come in and are like, we can take care of that for you. So that makes sense in that case, because they still have the ability and talent, and they want to play, I mean, Iniesta's 50-something years old, and he's still playing in Japan.
Yeah.
So they definitely want to play, but in the case for a young guy, I can't think of the guy's name. Some really young, he was like 21 years old.
Yeah.
Went to the Saudi League. Was it Ricky Puig? No.
No, I think he's still at
Somebody,
Galaxy.
He's still at Galaxy.
Yeah.
I'm blanking.
I think.
But
I know there's some other young guys, but I know Neymar is a big name. He's not.
Yeah.
He's not a younger guy.
No, there's guys that are like in their 20s
Yeah.
that are signing for Saudi Arabian teams, and they're getting some backlash from other vets saying like, "Where's the ambition?"
Yeah.
At that age, you're in the best shape you're going to be in. Why not go out there and play the highest caliber of football that you could play?
And that's no hate to the Saudi League, but
It's not.
in the prime of your career, you want to play in Europe.
Exactly.
You want to play in the bigger leagues out there, and I wouldn't say the Saudi League is there at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I'd put the championship over the Saudi League.
Yeah, I agree.
Not gonna lie, people don't realize how competitive that championship division is, the second tier of England.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it's an interesting topic, and I think it's only going to get worse as far as a majority of players.
Yeah.
When they're considering retirement, just move into Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see if how heavily they get involved with the money thing. But going into the weekend, is there any matchups other than the Arsenal Man City game that you're looking forward to? I know that's a big one.
I think Newcastle is an interesting team to watch this week. I think they have a game against Was it Brighton?
No, Brighton plays Liverpool, I believe.
Oh, that's right.
That'd be a
Liverpool.
good
That's a good game as well. But yeah, I think Man City Arsenal is going to be the prime game this week. And we can, we'll probably cover that a little bit later in the show.
Who do you like in that one?
You know what? For me, it depends on if Bukayo Saka's playing.
I don't think he's going to play.
I don't think he's going to play either, but that's kind of the X factor for me at this point, just because he is, you don't like to point fingers, but I would say he's their best player at this point. At least their best attacker. Yeah.
Okay.
Huh?
Yeah, he's different.
Yeah, he's different.
He brings a different level of energy and pace on the field.
I agree.
So,
yeah.
Considering Man City, I know they won their Champions League game against Leipzig.
Yeah.
But they got knocked out of the Carabao Cup.
Yeah.
To
they lost
Wolves,
to
right?
Wolves, yeah.
So, I know they got a win after that loss, but this is their first Premier League game after that loss.
Right.
And it's against a team like Arsenal, who are at the top of the table. I don't see how Man City lose this game.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it'll be a lot closer game if Saka does play, but I will say it'll be a tough matchup for Arsenal, especially with Man City and all their players. I know Rodri is out with suspension again, so he won't be playing.
Out. And I do want to say, I think it's incredible how, Erling Haaland this, Erling Haaland that. How about Julian Alvarez?
Yeah,
just coming in and same position, and he's taken the spotlight from Erling Haaland. I mean, that's all anyone wanted to talk about last year.
Yeah.
But Alvarez, man, he's something special.
I think that's another case of being comfortable with your team and settling in, and just that's how a team should work out. That's how you should engage with your young players. And once you can do that, then they'll start performing for you. Then you'll get the results. And I think that's just exactly what they've done with him. And Haaland is amazing. Haaland is you've heard all the stories about Haaland and what he can do with his goal scoring and all of that stuff, but I think Julian Alvarez has come a long way, and he's been very surprising and very impressive this year.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. So to kind of transition out of Premier League and into Champions League, we mentioned it a little bit earlier. Man City just beat Leipzig. But it's been a really entertaining first couple of match days in the Champions League, especially match day 2 on Tuesday. We saw Galatasaray take down Man United at Old Trafford. We saw Lens beat Arsenal at home. And there was another big matchup that day. Oh, Napoli and Real Madrid. Yeah. I don't know if you saw that Fede Valverde goal to win it for them at the end.
I did, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I did.
That was one of the best
Absolutely
winning goals you've ever seen.
Wild, yeah. That was impressive.
Valverde, was it a corner or just a whipped-in cross that
I think it was a whipped-in cross.
Yeah, so they whip in a cross, nobody gets on it, gets deflected out past over the 18-yard box, and Valverde just takes one touch, looks up at the bar, and he's like, I'm hitting that crossbar.
Yeah.
And he unleashed a rocket. Nothing to do about it.
Yeah.
So they beat Napoli 3-2. That was probably the best game of the week, if you ask me. Or the Galatasaray game against Man United was crazy.
Yeah.
Especially after, was Icardi missed that penalty?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was that the game that was a crazy scoreline?
It was 2-1.
It was 2-1.
2-1 Man United in the 70th minute.
Right.
And those final 20 minutes, they just collapsed.
Yeah.
I mean, that was, I don't know if it's on Onana. That Casemiro red card was, I mean, there's nothing else you can do there. You kind of had to make that challenge. But, English team's looking overrated in Champions League.
I think, it's a little bit surprising, I think, in my opinion. We didn't really talk about Man United too much in the Premier League segment, but Onana has been subject to a little bit of controversy this year for how he's replaced De Gea. And, especially in the Champions League where you got to pull out all the stops, and I think they've already been eliminated from their group, right? They were sitting on 0 points.
No, they got,
because they only have one game
right.
left.
They're 0-2. They lost to Bayern and now Galatasaray.
I'm pretty sure they've been eliminated, but it's been a rough start for them too in the Premier League as well. But especially in the Champions League, it's where you gotta figure your stuff out, and it's been a little disappointing. But again, same thing with Chelsea. It's a long season, so we'll see how they can pull it out at the end.
Yeah, I know I just called the Premier League teams playing overrated in the Champions League this season so far, but how about Newcastle, man? They're sitting at the top of the group of death.
Yeah.
PSG, AC Milan, and Borussia Dortmund.
Man, when I saw that group, the reading of that group, I was wild.
Yeah.
That's
one of the harder groups in recent memory.
Yeah. And I think Dortmund sit in last place right now, do they? Yeah,
they've got a draw and one loss.
Right.
They play Newcastle next.
Yeah.
So
all props to Newcastle, man. They're showing the world what they got. I'm excited to see what they can do in the rest of the Champions League.
Dan Burn.
Yeah.
Dan Burn, man, I love that guy. I don't know. He's like 6'7". He's like other than Peter Crouch, I can't think of a taller soccer player.
Oh man, dude, he's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can get his head on the ball too.
Barcelona fought out a tough 1-0 win against Porto.
Yeah.
Lewandowski took a knock, but he should be okay. I don't
Yeah.
think it was anything too serious.
Yeah.
I'm a big Lewandowski fan.
Yeah, man.
Like, it's one of the best strikers ever.
Yeah, one of my friends is Polish. He's from Poland, so
Yeah.
he's a big Lewandowski guy. But
Yeah.
yeah.
So, yeah, it'll be interesting in the Champions League. Like I said, they're only two match days in. They got another 4 games to wrap up the group stage. It's kind of too early to tell who's going to finish where. But it's been exciting. And then the Europa League had some pretty entertaining matches, too.
Yep.
I was watching yesterday. Leverkusen won their game yesterday against Molde, where Erling Haaland came from. Brighton came down from 2-0. They were down 2-0 to Marseille.
Wow.
And they drew. They didn't win the game.
Okay.
But being 2 down on
Yeah,
the road
that's impressive.
in France for a team like Brighton, who built themselves up from the ground.
Yeah.
I saw a quote from their manager, because they haven't been really playing that great in the league. I mean, they're still top 5. I'm pretty sure they're 5th, but their form has kind of dropped as in standards of their manager. And he said, after playing poorly in the league and then to go down 2-0 to that French team, Marseille, in the Europa League, they responded about as well as you could have ever seen.
Yeah.
And they came out, finished 2-2, but like he said, if you're that you need a response in that situation to find out what's this team's identity. Are we going to roll over and just let a 2-0 deficit define us and our spirit and how we're going to show the quality that we have? And they said no, that's not the story that's going to be told. So it's cool to see. It's really cool seeing new teams in England, like teams like Brighton, Aston Villa, competing in Europe and being successful. So it's pretty cool to see.
They showed their resilience, man. It's the same thing that happened last year. I'm pretty sure they finished top 7 in the table, top 6. I think they were up there.
Yeah, Liverpool finished 4th. No, sorry, Liverpool finished 5th.
Yeah, so they showed their resilience last year as well, and it's exciting to see some of these typically lower half Premier League teams that are showing up. Aston Villa, Newcastle, like you said, Brighton. Those types of teams. It's exciting to see. Even as a Spurs fan, it's always fun to see those types of teams.
Yeah, Liverpool had a tough game. They played Union Saint-Gilloise. Yeah, I don't know. They're Belgian, Belgian team.
Okay.
But it was a gutsy win. It was only 2-0. Their second goal came in the 90th minute.
Right.
So the game was there for Union, but Liverpool definitely have more quality.
Yeah.
Playing at Anfield.
Yeah.
That was their first game since the Spurs game. So certainly they had a lot to play for in terms of what they wanted to show. But yeah, it'll be interesting to shape up the rest of this European season.
Yeah.
So with that, we're going to take a quick little ad break. But Footy Fridays will be back in a few.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't have, do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the bag, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing, it's stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many.
All right, we are back with Footy Fridays. Time to transition into some more local football for us, MLS fans. I don't know, who's your MLS team? Do you have an MLS team?
I've always been a Galaxy guy.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's hard not to watch Messi when he plays for Inter Miami.
Yeah. I know LAFC is pretty new, but I've always been a fan of them. I
LAFC?
like their colors.
Oh,
I just
yeah.
like the black and gold. It looks clean.
I'm sure Jerry's a fan of that as well.
Yeah, Jerry
Or,
loves that. Shout out Jerry.
Shout out to Jerry Reynoso, the sports
But,
director.
yeah, MLS is coming to the end of their season.
Yeah, they're getting close. I don't know if you've been watching the most recent LAFC games, but they're sitting at the top of the table as always. Seems to be a theme there for that new expansion team over the last few years.
Who are the newest expansion teams? I'm looking at the standings, and it looks like St. Louis is the newest one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is there another team that got added with them, or is it just them?
I think it might have just been them, but
Yeah.
I know Philadelphia. Is it Philadelphia that was the most recent one? It's
Maybe
one
Minnesota.
Of those two. Yeah,
Minnesota's pretty new.
Minnesota's pretty
That's
new.
just wild to me that St. Louis City's brand new expansion team. They're sitting
They're killing
through
it.
33 games.
Yeah.
They're sitting at the top of the Western Conference.
Yeah, that's very
So-
impressive too.
That's pretty cool to see.
Yeah, it is really cool to see. Yeah, I think that's in the Eastern Division as well.
What's your top storyline so far? I know you're more of an MLS guy than me.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the storylines, I think Cincinnati being so far ahead on points, they're 8 points ahead of their closest number 2 is pretty significant. I think also the Inter Miami stuff is pretty interesting as well. But when it comes to more local games, the Galaxy haven't had a very impressive season, unfortunately, but they still have a chance. I think they have 3 games left, and it'll be tough to see if they can make it. But
I find it so baffling because, growing up, LA Galaxy were the powerhouse
Yeah.
of the MLS. And
Yeah.
to see them fall off the way they have, I mean, is it go all the way up to the top in the ownership, or is it just the lack of quality that they're bringing in with their players, or like what's happened?
yeah, if you think about the most recent times that they've made the playoffs and been competitive, they were competitive a few years ago. I think was it 2021 that they made it to the playoffs, but remember when Ibrahimovic, was an LA Galaxy player and he was making headlines and he was, being Zlatan. He was, his personality is obviously very flamboyant.
Eccentric.
But yeah, eccentric. But no, I think it really comes down to the quality of the players that they train in their academy and just who they bring in to coach. It's it's been a couple of things, but they just haven't found a rhythm. Earlier this year they beat LAFC in the El Tráfico at the Rose Bowl, which is a
El
very
Tráfico.
impressive game. I watched
love
that
that.
game. It's a great name. But no, they beat LAFC. They looked impressive in that game. They just can't find consistency. And it's unfortunate, but it's always who to blame. For certain people, it's always you want to blame the coaches, you want to blame the players, you want to blame the management, like whatever it is. But at some point it's just consistency and finding time to, make sure your young guys are focused. Because I feel like that's a lot of what happens in the MLS.
Yeah, and it's hard to maintain a dynasty,
Yeah.
I feel like they kind of had that dynasty over the MLS.
They did. Yeah.
And now they're sitting 13th. Same with Portland Timbers. How have they been doing? I know one of my good friends, my early years of college, he was a diehard Portland Timbers fan. He would never shut up about how that's the greatest atmosphere in MLS, that stadium. I can't think of Providence Park, I believe.
Yeah. Portland Timbers. Yeah.
So because they were always at the top.
Yeah.
And
I think they've been doing well their last 5 games. I think they've gone 5 without a loss. That's pretty.
Oh wow.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah.
They've obviously the city of Portland is very invested in their sports teams. Obviously with the Blazers.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of it, right?
Yeah, that's kind of
That's
it.
all
But
they got.
that's all they got to support. And it's they've been looking great. Honestly, they're sitting at 11, 10, and 11 right now. 4 wins in their last 5 games. Looking very impressive. I think they're sitting pretty comfortably in the table right now. But yeah, it should be interesting to see how they are moving forward.
So how many, I know I asked you this earlier, but how many teams make the playoffs in MLS?
I believe it's 9.
Yeah.
Because I know
9
that
per
there's
conference.
9 per conference, and then one gets a bye, I believe.
Yeah. So
But-
do you think Miami get that playoff spot? And do you think, because there's controversy, there's
Oh,
rumors
That's tough.
if Inter Miami do not make the MLS Cup playoffs, that he will return to Barcelona on loan. And they only have 3 games left, so it's
Yeah.
looking like that might happen.
Hey, you know what? They have to win out. I mean, that's their goal, obviously. But is Messi going to play? I think that's the biggest question,
Yeah,
because
he's been knocked up.
without him, they haven't really impressed. And it's it's unfortunate. But do you think it's understandable that he goes back to Barca? Because on loan, even how can you blame him for wanting to play?
I think his standards are he needs to compete.
Yeah.
So if the team that he's playing for isn't good enough to make the playoffs in a league that's the MLS,
Yeah.
he knows that the quality of the MLS is not
Yeah.
it's not La Liga. So I think it's a mentality that it's a winner's mentality that he needs to be in a winner's situation.
Yeah.
And right now, he's already won a trophy with them, and he's changed the culture tremendously. That's another talking point of its own.
Yeah.
But from a competitive standpoint, he wants to be on the field and win. And right now, Miami's not doing a whole lot of that, especially without him. And I think it would be a good homecoming. It'd be a great story.
It would be.
I've heard rumors that he'd go back to his boyhood club in Argentina.
Right.
I like that too. But, yeah, if Miami can't pull it off, it might be realistic that he goes back to Barcelona.
I think it is realistic. And, it would be fun to see him back at Barcelona, especially with them in the Champions League. But, how much does that change the culture for them at Barcelona with what they've got going?
Hey, him and Lewandowski would be a lethal duo.
It would be a lethal duo.
Him and De Jong
That
and
whole squad there.
Pedri,
Yeah.
Gavi, Ferran Torres is finally starting to ball. Barcelona's got some really young guys that Messi and Lewandowski. I mean, Lewandowski's kind of doing it.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure Busquets is in Miami now. I don't know what
Yeah.
I'm thinking.
Not
So
to
that's
mention,
another thing. What's Busquets going to do if
That's
Messi
true, yeah,
leaves?
because they all came to the Inter Miami squad
Yeah,
because
Jordi
of Messi.
Alba
Yeah.
and Busquets, are they just going to, is that like a package deal?
That's-
You get to go with Messi?
That's crazy. If you think about it, would they be willing to do that? Just to go wherever Messi goes? Because I mean, it's fair enough. I'd want to go wherever Messi
Yeah,
goes,
I don't
but
blame him. I do not
I don't blame him. But yeah, and not to mention, if he goes back to Barcelona, he'd be reuniting with his old teammate, who is now manager, Xavi.
Yeah, that's right.
That would be something to see as well. But yeah, when it comes to Inter Miami, they're kind of sitting in the same spot as the LA Galaxy, because they're both sitting around the same points, 35 points for LA Galaxy, 33 for Inter Miami. And, it's realistic for both that they have to win out to even have a chance at the MLS Cup playoffs. But it's not out of the question, but at this point they need somebody to step up.
I'm just looking at the top scorers and top assists in the MLS. Looks like LAFC players leading with 17 goals.
Bouanga.
Dennis Bouanga, yeah.
Bouanga, yeah.
And Thiago Almada leading the MLS with assists. He's got 16. Thiago Almada is one of those guys that if I'm doing a FIFA career mode, he's the first player I'm signing.
Oh, yeah.
I need Thiago Almada on my squad. Do you think he's still young? Do you think he goes out and plays in Europe?
Yeah, I think. I mean, I don't know what his exact age is. Do you know what it? I think he's young, early 20s.
If I had to guess, he'd be 24.
24.
He's 22.
22.
He's
Even
born
better.
in
Dude. Yeah,
2001.
I think he has a great chance to play in the on the top stage in Europe.
Yeah, I don't think he's made an appearance for Argentina yet, has he?
I don't think he has. No.
Yeah, yet to have a cap for Argentina, but once he starts playing for them, that's when he'll get the exposure that he needs.
Oh yeah,
I think
it's the same thing with the LA Galaxy player Ricky Puig. He's
Puig?
pretty young as well. I think he has a chance too, the Spaniard. But yeah, he's 24 years old. But there's a lot of young guys like that definitely have potential to play in Europe and impress for their national teams as well.
Mm-hmm. So who are your favorites going into MLS Cup if you had to pick a couple off the top of your head?
It's hard not to side with LAFC. Unfortunately, speaking as an LA Galaxy fan, they're just they're consistently good. And obviously you mentioned Dennis Bouanga. They have Chiellini at the back. They just have a lot of solid, consistent players who perform day in and day out. So you obviously like them in the playoffs. St. Louis City is going to be interesting in the playoffs. I know they've been there. They were there last year, I believe, or was this their first year? I think they were there last year.
They're very. If this is either their first or second.
Yeah, I think if they're this good this year, I'm sure they're going to continue it in the playoffs. But yeah, it's hard not to look at them. Cincinnati FC obviously points ahead of the other two. Orlando, yeah, they're all looking good. I think.
What about Philadelphia? I know they were in the finals last year, right?
Yeah, I watched the. I think they were in the finals of the Leagues Cup. Was it? No, they were. That was when Inter Miami beat.
They beat Sporting, I think.
Sporting, yeah.
I could be wrong. I just thrown out a name, to be honest.
I think, yeah.
I just know last year, I believe LAFC beat Philadelphia Union, right?
Right. Yeah.
So.
Those are two to watch out for.
That was when the city of Philadelphia lost 3 championships.
That's a bummer for them, man.
Rip.
Rest in peace to
Philadelphia. So it should be interesting,
Yeah.
There's a lot of teams that are kind of clustered together, especially in that Eastern Conference.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, I think I'll be pulling for. I think LAFC's definitely the favorite out of the West.
Yeah.
East, I'm not too sure.
East is interesting. Obviously, I've mentioned a few times FC Cincinnati, but they're 19 wins, 5 losses is pretty impressive for them. It'll be interesting to see. I think that's where Acosta plays, right?
Yeah, Cincinnati.
Cincinnati.
Yeah.
That's he's obviously top tier of MLS players. So yeah, it'll be a fun MLS Cup playoffs this year, and I'm excited to see if the two at the bottom, Inter Miami and LA Galaxy, can make some noise, especially with the others at the bottom as well. There's a few that have a chance.
Well, to go south of the border, we're going to start talking Liga MX. I know America are at the top. Tigres are right behind them.
Right.
And they're doing that without Gignac. Gignac hasn't played a lot this season. But Atlético de San Luis has been very impressive. I think they're kind of a dark horse.
Yeah, I agree. I think they are, they've surprised a lot of people, and I wouldn't be surprised if they made a run here at the end.
I know a lot of Pumas fans, Chivas fans. Chivas, they're kind of floating around mid-table. They're still certainly in contention. And I know there's, 8 playoff teams?
Yeah, I think that's right.
So,
yeah.
A lot to play for. They've got 6 or so games left the rest of the season. But there's been some entertaining matchups so far this season. I know America beat Chivas. That game was 4-0, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
That was absolutely wild.
That was a beatdown for sure.
That was a beatdown.
Tonight we got America versus Mazatlan.
Yeah.
There was a big game this weekend, I believe. FC Juarez versus Monterrey.
Right.
Monterrey are struggling a bit this season. Usually they're at the top.
Yeah, they're sitting 10th in the table right now. But yeah, that's it's hard not to see America as the front runner just because they're in such great form right now, winning 4 of their last 5, 24
I don't
points.
think they've lost since August.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they're I feel like they're always good though in that league.
Yeah.
They're always impressive.
They're the top dogs.
But yeah, when you think about Tigres, and it's hard not to worry about them because of Gignac. And is he going to play? It's hard to say. If they make a run for the for the championship, they'll need him back, I think.
Yeah, they needed him last year when they won in the spring.
Yeah.
They came down from a 2-0 disadvantage against Chivas to win that game 3-2.
Right.
I'm pretty sure Guignac was on the score sheet for that one.
Yeah.
Not a lot of playing time since then, as he struggling to stay healthy and on the field. But, like you mentioned, Tigres, they're doing just fine without him.
Yeah.
Who's your favorites other than America, obviously?
I'm really interested in Pumas. They're fun to watch, I think, and I've been really intrigued as to where they can stack up against these other strong sides in America and Tigres, and even Juarez is pretty interesting to me. But obviously we have some Chivas fans in the house, and I feel like they're always fun to watch as well. Even if they haven't been in great form recently, winning or losing, 3 of their last 5, but it'll be interesting for me to see if they can, finish out this first or this last, month and a half of the season, or this part of the season. If they can finish it out strong and show that they have what it takes to compete with these top teams.
Yeah, and they're going to have to stay focused. And certainly the most recent news about Chivas not going to help with that.
Yeah.
All I'll say on that is 3 Chivas players were caught breaking rules about who can and cannot come into the hotel room during team visits or team
very
trips.
Very interesting situation there. But
when you're fighting for a spot, a playoff spot, and you need your full focus, off-field issues like that are the exact opposite thing that you need.
Not a good look at all.
It'll be interesting. Beto wanted me to shout out that Vega's got the knees of a 30-year-old, so I promised him I'd say that.
Well, there you go. That's a great shout out from Beto right there.
Yeah. But, Chivas, I'll always keep my eye on them. A lot of my friends are Chivas fans.
Yeah.
I personally don't have a favorite Mexican team. I'm just entertained by it all. I'll root for the big matchups. I'll watch America versus Chivas. I'll watch Pumas versus – who's Pumas' rivals? Is it Tigres?
I think it is, yeah.
No, I don't know.
I don't know. Could be wrong.
This is where I look to you to inform me about the Mexican League.
No, that sounds right.
I only do my homework.
Yeah. Now, the Mexican League is always a fun watch, especially because they get so competitive down in Mexico, and I feel like that's what the sport's all about. It's being competitive, having fun, but also, just being fun to watch. And that's what I like about the sport is just they have so much passion for it, especially the top teams. And even if you're not at the top of the table, they still play with passion. They still want to win. And that's what I think is really fun to watch when it comes to the Liga MX.
Yeah. So now we're going to transition into our first bit of segments. We've got 3 segments set for you all today. First up, we're going to start with Kit Check. Fit check, kit check, get it? Okay.
Kit check? Kit check, fit check?
Yeah, we're just going to, each week we're going to come in with 2 or 3, maybe sometimes 4. Well, today we got 5, but a few of our favorite jerseys that we've seen being worn so far this season.
Yeah.
And I want to start off with my personal favorite because I've never heard of this club until this season. It's Athens Kalithia.
The Greek squad, right?
Yeah, they are out of Greece. And some background to this, I'm blanking on her name, but long story short, the director of marketing for Venezia in Italy, who are known to have some fantastic kits, beautiful kits year in and year out. So their marketing director left and went to Athens Kalithia. And ever since she started working for them, the quality of the kits that they put out have skyrocketed. And they've got these beautiful kits. They're sponsored by Kappa, one of my favorite jersey sponsors.
Yeah.
Their home kit is like a navy blue with white horizontal stripes spaced out with a red collar and a gold finish on the logo. I mean, it's a beautiful jersey. And then their road uniform, it looks like a pinstripe baseball jersey almost.
Really?
It's black and white with their logo up on the top left.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, it looks like a Yankees jersey, and it's beautiful with the gold trimming on it. Nice. I know you can't see this if you're listening, but, look it up. Athens Kalithia, man. This is the future of football fashion.
Yeah.
Do you have any kits that you've had your eye on this year?
Yeah, the Bayern Munich Oktoberfest kit, the 4th kit. I really like that kit. It's not, too crazy. It's not anything
simple.
Yeah, super unique, but it's very simple, and I just like the look of it, especially when they're I hope they use that in the Champions League, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, hopefully Harry Kane scores a hat trick.
Yeah, man. It's always bittersweet when Harry Kane scores any goals.
Yeah, seriously. Whether it's in lily white or in Bayern red.
Yeah.
But yeah, hate is a strong word. I'm not going to say I hate Man City. I just strongly dislike Manchester City. But man, those third kits,
They're really nice.
They are
They're
nice.
really,
they are
really
all
nice.
black with like this blue lightning display all over. They've got a pink trim to it.
It's really clean.
Yeah, they've got it great. Whoever designed those kits deserves a raise, man. Those are sweet. That's 100%. The only thing I will ever appreciate about Manchester City.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I take that back. Yaya Toure.
Yeah, he's an icon.
Yaya Toure's a goat.
You have to give him some props.
Any other jerseys you like?
I think let's see. We were talking about America earlier, the Mexican League team. I think their away kit is pretty special.
Those are the yellow ones, right?
Yeah, I think they're the yellow ones. Yeah, those are really nice. I feel like a lot of the kits in the Mexican League are pretty nice. I think they've always been.
I mean, I've got the greatest kit of all time on right here.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Ericsson on the back, right?
It is Ericsson. You know, it should have been. I thought about getting Lucas Moura because Lucas Moura. Wow. This is what we wore.
Yeah, that's
when
right.
he scored that hat trick.
That's right.
But yeah, this is an Ericsson jersey.
Yeah.
One of my favorite players.
Oh yeah, that's why I got into Tottenham. He was my favorite player when he played for them. So
yeah, I need a Gareth Bale jersey. That's my next on my shopping list. Yeah, I want to get a number 3 Bale jersey.
Yeah.
Maybe a Luka Modric jersey too.
Yeah, I always wanted a Heung-min Son jersey, but
yeah, I've got one Sony. I've got 2 Kane, a couple nameless jerseys. This is my Ericsson one. This is my favorite. So.
Oh yeah. 100%.
We'll be showing off our kits this year, and if you guys if you're listening and you've got a kit that you guys are in love with and you want us to look at it, send it in. Let us know.
Any recommendations? We're always happy to listen for it on Footy Fridays.
Footy Fridays. So that brings us into our next segment, which is my personal favorite. I'm really excited about this one. It's called Starting 11. Every week, every Friday, we're going to be looking into some weekend matchups, Saturday, Sunday, the next couple of days, and pick out a lineup. 11 players that we're going to keep an eye on. I guess it's kind of like fantasy football in a way. But SofaScore is a great database for keeping track of player performances, skills, whether they're up or down, their value, transfer rumors. But really, we're just going to be looking at their ratings. They come out with a 1 through 10 rating after their performance. So yeah, we'll pick a lineup of 11 guys each week, and then come back the following Friday, look at their performances over the weekend, and add up the scores. See which week we can have I don't know, what's like a good score that we should shoot for? Do you think 90? 100? We should go for 100.
Probably 100, yeah. I think 100 is good. But yeah, I think that's a great segment for this series, especially with all the Champions League games we got coming up and all the important matchups in the Premier League and MLS alike. So I think it should be a fun series. Yeah, we want to look at players from all across the world, not just England. We want to look at the MLS, Mexican League, Saudi League. So it's multicultural. That's what we're going for here. 100%.
But to start it off, it'll be a different formation every week.
Yeah.
So some weeks we'll have more midfielders and more defenders. And if you guys are listening and you guys got a player that you want to throw on for the following week, let us know. Call in. But we're going to start off in goal. I really like AC Milan's keeper, Mike Maignan.
It's a very good pick.
Forgot to pull up who they're playing this week, but he's always a stud. They've had back-to-back shutouts.
Yeah.
They just shut out Borussia Dortmund in the Champions League, and they had a shutout in their last Serie A match. So Mike Maignan in goal.
He also might be the starting goalkeeper for France sometime soon, seeing as Lloris is kind of fallen off.
Oh, poor Hugo.
Poor Hugo, man. Then we got moving into the defense, we got Kyle Walker from Manchester City, seeing how they do against Arsenal. Obviously, we've talked about that a little bit. That's a great pick on the defensive side. And
he's always involved.
Yeah,
defensively.
He's
their anchor man. I mean, he's so reliable.
Always reliable.
Another
always
former
reliable.
Spurs player.
Yep.
And rounding out the defense, we're going to back 3 this week. We got Jules Koundé from Barcelona and Thiago Silva for Chelsea. Just 2 absolute dogs back there, physical center backs. We talked about Chelsea's defense. They've got the best defense in the Premier League this season so far. So he's been that leader back there. And Koundé, he's just one of my favorite players, man. That guy's a stud.
Oh, yeah. He's always been good. Even when he was at Sevilla, he was a solid player on the backside.
You want to break us into our midfield?
Yeah, in our midfield, we're starting off with Martin Odegaard from Arsenal. he's he's obviously been the captain for I think this last year for Arsenal, and as we mentioned with Kyle Walker, they have a matchup, Man City against Arsenal, and we're trying to figure out who's going to win that game. Obviously, we have some Man City picks going on because they're obviously impressive this year, but I think if Arsenal are going to have any shot, it's going to be because of Bukayo Saka and then the influence of Martin Odegaard as well.
And then we also got Juan Bruneta for Santos Laguna in the Mexican League. I was doing a little research on his SofaScore account.
Right.
He's averaging like 8.5 rating in those last 5 games. One of those, he's got a 9.1 somewhere sprinkled in there.
Yeah.
So he's hot. I expect him to
something to watch.
Keep putting in performances like that. Yeah, he's one to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
Jude Bellingham, talk of Europe right now. Yeah. This guy's taken over Europe at 20 years old. Absolute baller out of Real Madrid, no question. He might as well be in the lineup every week.
I was gonna say it might be a theme that he'll be in there a lot.
Yeah, no, if I could, I'd keep him in there every week. But we're gonna rotate players. Yeah. And then we also got Thiago Almada. We mentioned him earlier. Mm-hmm. Absolute threat with his passing abilities and the amount of assists he get. Yeah. So that'll be our 4 in the midfield. You want to take us into our forwards?
Yeah, our first forward is Julian Quinones from America. Obviously, we talked about America a little bit, and obviously their offense is very, very impressive. So it'll be fun to see if he can score a few goals and get those points up. And then from the next forward, we have Serhou Guirassy from Stuttgart. If you want to give him a little insight on that, I know he's been tearing the Bundesliga apart so far.
Yeah, he's leading the league in goals for the Bundesliga. Yeah, he's leading the Bundesliga in goals. He's got 10 goals in 6 games. That's 2 more than Harry Kane.
Yeah, he's been Bundesliga. He's been tearing it up over there.
So I saw that stat and I'm like, he's going in the lineup.
Yeah, it's something to watch for sure. And there'll be more Bundesliga talk as the shows go on for sure.
Yeah, and I love my Bundesliga.
Yeah, of course, man. I love it too. And then rounding it out with the last forward, we got Christian Benteke for DC United. And honestly, when I saw that he was playing for DC United, I was, I'm glad he's still playing. I'm glad he's killing it for for that side in the MLS.
Yeah, I'm glad he chose MLS over the Saudi League.
Yes, me too, man. Me too. He was a baller back in the day for Premier League.
So we're running a bit out of time here. We have one more segment called Stoppage Time. It's just a little quick rapid fire questions, but since we're running out of time, we're just gonna stick to one quick prediction, I guess, for this weekend. The big matchup.
What do you got?
Man City and Arsenal. I'm gonna go 3-1 Man City.
Man City 3-1. I'm gonna go 1-0 to Man City.
Ooh, low scoring game.
Scoring game.
So nobody gets on the board for Arsenal.
Nobody gets on the board for Arsenal.
Okay, fair enough.
No soccer for me.
No soccer, no party.
No soccer, no party.
All right, fair enough. Well, we'll come back on next Friday to find out who was right. Let's find out how our first edition of Starting 11 did.
Yeah.
Thank you to everyone for listening to our first installment of Footy Friday. I'm Zach Durham.
I'm Desi Lopez. Thanks, guys, for being here.
Thanks for tuning in, guys.
Catch us next Friday.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't have do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working.
So we're gonna start.
Hello, welcome to the very first episode of Dunk Discussions. This is Daniel McMahon speaking. I got Elmira Darmanian sitting to my left.
Hi, everyone.
Producer Matt on the ones and twos.
What's up?
You are tuning in to 22westmedia.com, 22 West Media channel on YouTube, HD channel 3 on 88.1. This is the true simulcast. We're going all across the board here. So we're in for a treat today. Like I said, the first episode of NBA talk on 22 West Sports. We're talking all things NBA. Got a couple segments lined up for y'all. How you doing, El?
I'm good. How are you? Are you excited?
Can't wait.
I mean, it's our first time, so obviously there's a lot to talk about. However, NBA is not in season still, but we have a preseason going on. We have some trades that we can talk about that have been going on back and forth during the whole summer. For example, who?
Yeah, big trade. Yeah, who? I don't know.
Who? I don't know either.
Yeah, we got Dame Dollar Sign going to the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yep.
And a huge trade that involves technically four teams, because it really was completed once my Boston Celtics picked up Drew Holiday.
Yep.
Drew Holiday, and really like shored up their chances for a big
a big run at the playoffs. Yeah, I mean, me personally, I'm pretty pumped because after that Porzingis trade where the Celtics gave up our tried and true leader, Marcus Smart, and there was a big hole, especially defensively, that the Celtics
100%.
needed to fill. And Drew Holiday is a fantastic defender. He's way better scorer
His
than Marcus
statistics
has
are
ever
pretty
been.
good, so I think he's going to be able to fill in the role that was held by a previous player. What about the trade that we were just talking about before walking in, where it included throughout the whole summer Miami Heat, Toronto, and the Bucks?
The trade that never happened.
The trade that is very not unfortunate. I wouldn't say it's unfortunate. I would just say that it's like a whole NBA conspiracy right here we can talk about. What is your opinion on that trade? Damian Lillard, sorry.
Yeah. Well, like I said, Damian Lillard, it immediately puts the Bucks, if they weren't already, it puts the Bucks at the top of the list in the East as far as the best team. And like I said, they moved the main piece that they moved was Drew Holiday over to Portland. And then Portland picked up 2 rotation guys in Malcolm Brogdon and Time Lord.
Yeah, we have that twit,
the third,
We have that twit right here, full trade per sources. Bucks, Damian Lillard, and then Blazers, Drew Holiday, Ayton, Kamara, and the Suns, Little, Johnson, Grayson Allen. That's a big move. Honestly, you see the amount of names we have?
I honestly think there's winners across the board here.
Yeah, I think, honestly, I don't think that there can be a trade that can be beneficial for everyone.
Yeah, but I think
so. It's very hard. It is a good one, but I've seen 2 sides online. Okay, I've seen a side from the Bucks fans who are like, "Oh my God, we have a good player. We have the future for the team. We have this, and that." And then the other side who are like, "I'm so confused. What happened to the Miami Heat trade? What happened? What is going on? How is the season gonna go?" So I mean, for us, it's more to talk about.
Yeah.
But for people and for the fans, it's confusing.
Well, I'm simpling it down to as much. Drew Holiday is a better player than who's the guy that Miami was giving up, the white guy, Tyler Hero.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of the mic, producer Matt.
Yeah, Tyler Hero.
Yeah, and so. I mean, Portland's trying to rebuild. Drew Holiday's in his 30s. They're like, okay, we can give this to a team that's competing for a championship or ready to compete for a championship, which is what they did. The Phoenix Suns last season got rid of all of their depth. They didn't have anything. They basically went all in for Bradley Beal and KD, and they didn't have anything after that. So them getting Nurkic, okay, so them basically exchanging Nurkic for DeAndre Ayton is like, we got a guy. DeAndre Ayton did not want to be there. He thought that he was the man amongst boys when he's got KD, Devin Booker, and Bradley Beal to deal with, right? So they get rid of him and they get a center with similar size that's just willing to set picks and roll and just do the dirty work, right? Mm-hmm. And then they also picked up Grayson Allen, who nobody likes, but but he's a sniper. He's a good shooter. He's a role player. He's something that they need. So I think that it worked out for the Suns, them offloading a guy that didn't want to be there in the first place, and then just picking up depth. Nasir Little can run a little bit. Keon Johnson. Yeah. Keon Johnson is an interesting story. He went to University of Florida. Right? Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure this is Keon Johnson, right? He went to University of Florida and then he collapsed on the court. He had a heart problem.
Oh, yeah.
And then and then Florida didn't want him to play anymore. They're like, this is too much of a risk. And then he went to
K-State.
K-State. Yeah, K-State went on that run, dude, with Noel.
Yeah, it was a good
Marquise Noel? Marquise Noel. Yeah, so I mean, he's got potential. Before he had the heart problems, he was going to be a lottery pick. So, I mean, who knows what's going to happen with that guy? I don't know. So, yeah, I think the Suns won. The Blazers got a lot of draft capital and just young players especially after they moved Drew Holiday. And the Bucks got Dame Lillard, who, I mean, he averaged like 30 points last season? 30 points a game last season. So, You got him and Giannis running a pick and roll, and then you still got Chris Middleton. You still got Brook Lopez, which I didn't know this. I saw this morning. His twin brother is playing with him. Brook Lopez's twin brother is playing.
Yeah. Right off the bench, he's just relief.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that guy's looks like a party animal. He looks like a good time to be around.
I would say this. What do you think the Milwaukee Bucks defense is going to take a dip after trading Drew Holiday?
Oh, yeah, it's going to have to. They will. So Brook Lopez is actually a pretty solid defender at the bucket. So if they do get past that first level, yeah, but they'll be able to have Brook Lopez hang back and just protect the rim. Who's their 2 guard?
Bucks?
Yeah, who's the Bucks 2? Pull that up. Yeah, I think you already have the roster up there somewhere, right? Okay, so we got Middleton, Damian Lillard. That's gonna be crazy.
Damian Lillard.
Washington Jr. Oh, they still have Bobby Portis.
Yeah, it's a forward.
Malik Beasley, like
Cameron
he put up some.
Payne,
Oh,
Brook
okay. They have
Lopez.
Cameron Payne.
Yeah.
Cameron Payne's a good defender.
100%.
Pat
Honestly,
Cunningham
Yeah.
Pat
might be the
Connaughton.
starter, I think.
I like
Chris
Pat Connaughton,
Middleton,
dude.
AJ Green.
He's
I
a
mean,
gym rat.
we see that diversity of the team, though, like age-wise and experience-wise. So I think, so far,
There's Robin.
as a Bucks fan, I can say that you're good.
Yeah, no.
You were settled for the season.
Oh, and they
You're
got Jay Crowder.
100%.
Oh my God! Yeah, no, they're stacked. They're not just top heavy. They got a bunch of guys that can play defense. Yeah, Jay Crowder
Can
can,
you go
defend
up a little
twos
for
and
me?
one. Like,
What about Giannis? Do you remember what we talked about?
yeah, Giannis is.
And-
like how.
Yeah.
A month after Giannis requested. Well, didn't request a
He
trade.
didn't
but
request.
they-
He just picked him.
threatened.
It was like a bunch of like interviews also that
Yeah.
where I've heard Giannis say, being on the side, Giannis necessarily being on the side of, I forget, Lillard.
He's like, if I leave, like,
And
if
then
the team
yeah.
doesn't perform, I might leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like if y'all because he's up. His contract is up next
next year.
after next season,
Like,
I think, right? Yeah, and he's like, look, I'm not here for a rebuild. He read the writing on the wall,
Yeah.
So if they got Damian Lillard for 3 more years, even if they lose a few guys, because they got that new tax apron where they're gonna get just taxed out the rear end, and so
Yeah.
it's gonna be pretty crazy to keep this team together. But if they win right now, and they have Damian Lillard for 3 more years, Giannis for 1 more, so they'll be
think-
Giannis has a chance to stay with Damian Lillard for 2 seasons after he signs an extension or whatever, or becomes a free agent and re-signs with
If
them.
he will. If he will.
He will, because he'll probably sign a 4, maybe 5-year contract.
But
4 years with a 5th-year option.
honestly, I've seen a lot of trades where I was like, okay, that's predictable. That's fine. We've heard about this. There was like speculations, this and that. And then there are also some unexpected things happening.
Yeah.
So like if Giannis doesn't sign, will you be surprised? Because I think I will be. On one hand, I will be surprised, but on the other side, I'm like, honestly, that's NBA.
That's
and
it.
the more changes you make during summer when there's no season, no one's playing, the more interesting and exciting it can be. Honestly, obviously, it's not a small game where you can just switch players back and forth, but still, we have a lot of changes. Even the player participation.
Yeah, but
that
like
we
back to
wanted
your
to
other
talk
point,
about.
I think that's a good point to say, like, to ask the question. Like,
Yeah, it's like
would
an
you be
open-ended
surprised
question.
If Giannis left, because it's like, are the Bucks trying to just load up and
Yeah.
just win with these last 2 seasons with Giannis, and just be like, okay, we made our money. There was no way we were ever going to get to a championship without Giannis.
Mm-hmm.
And even if he does leave, hey, we got that second chip. Fans are happy, and then they could rebuild for another 10, 20 years, or however long it's going to take for
I
Milwaukee to
definitely
find
think
another
the
Giannis.
Bucks bought themselves like another 4 or 5 more years. Like, I don't think Giannis, like, after they made this trade, I don't think Giannis could be like, I'm not gonna resign. Like, you got a superstar player, you got a team around you. You are already the number 1 seed, so you already have the team to win a championship. So it'll be very dumb to be like, oh, I'm gonna leave after this year. Like,
Who knows though?
What? No.
Who knows though? Because you know what? He's a star.
Yeah.
He's an
right, top
outstanding
three
player.
player.
And I I have a theory in my head which I believe in. If you're an outstanding player, you're gonna be good anywhere.
Right.
So it's not you getting stuck in the team; it's the team trying to keep you, because you are kind of the face. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I can be wrong, obviously. I'm saying that they're like people make other points, but that's what I believe in.
No, I mean that makes a lot of sense. First off, I think Giannis on media days said
Yeah.
was asked if he'll be there for the long run, and he said if we're winning. So,
Hey,
what
that's
if they
not
win?
as
One
loyal
thing-
as that
one
record
thing
goes, 'cause
about-
he's getting a little bit older too.
One thing about being a superstar, there's a lot of like, innuendos. Giannis is blunt. He's
Yeah.
straightforward.
Yeah,
He
He's not
isn't.
messing
He
around.
isn't sugarcoating nothing. He will leave if he feels it's deemed fit.
The need.
Yeah. But also, like, in basketball more than any other sport, one guy does impact the team more than any other sport, right? But also, like, we already brought up Bradley Beal going to the Suns.
Yeah.
The Wizards were terrible
Mhm.
Right.
with him, and Damian Lillard he wanted to leave Portland for a reason. They weren't that good either.
Right.
Yeah.
So it does, but like, okay, so what was it? When CJ McCollum was on the team, they were like playoff guys. They were a playoff team.
They're
and
here and there. You can
they
see
were,
them.
and they were consistently definitely top 5, maybe top.
Yeah.
No, definitely top 10, maybe top 5
yeah.
offenses in the league.
Yeah.
But you got to play defense, and that's like kind of what you brought up. Like, is their defense gonna suffer? But if they got Campaign and Jay Crowder, I mean, they could
I think
fill the gap.
it might suffer in the
doubt.
beginning.
Oh yeah,
The defense.
Oh, yeah.
It's
It
for,
might
it
take
for
them-
sure will suffer in the beginning as a defense because they've made changes. And obviously, I understand the amount of practice that you will go through before the season starts, but we already have the preseason, and this trade was made like. I saw the article on the 27th of September about the
Mhm.
trade being made, and I was a little bit in shock. So after that, I think they might need a little bit of time to get used to the new defense and like the team within itself because it was a change. But they might be good. But I'm also not going to be surprised if they're not.
Right.
Yeah.
So, to transition, we have Drew Holiday going to the Boston Celtics.
Yeah.
Yes.
After him going to Portland and Portland communicating with him, as he said, to send him to Boston. Will Boston, with this Drew Holiday acquisition, go back to the finals?
Man, okay, I'll tell you what, dude.
Resident Boston.
I was like, okay, when they traded Marcus Smart away, I was just like in shock. I was not a happy camper, right? Because he's the heart and soul of the team. He like as far as this iteration of the Celtics goes, it was built not by him. Obviously, there was Danny Ainge and Brad Stevens, but Marcus Smart was the heart and soul. He was the guy that they took on his mentality. He was the edge, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they replaced him with a guy like Kristaps Porzingis, who's like injured all the time, and no offense, seems a little bit soft. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't even.
Suck for the league.
And so
Man
like.
up.
He's good though. He's good,
Yeah.
but he's been in the league for like 5-6 years or something like that, and he's been injured for most of it. He's had like 2 fully healthy seasons, and both of those seasons have been great. He's an all-star
Yeah.
in one of them, and last year he was like 23 and something. Like he had a good season last year, right?
Yeah.
So I was a little sketched out about it. But if you replace him with a guy like Drew Holiday, it doesn't matter. And what they gave up for Drew Holiday is also crucial too. Like Robert Williams and Malcolm Brogdon. Malcolm Brogdon won 6th Man of the Year last year. He had a really, really good season.
Mm-hmm.
Time Lord was like Defensive Player of the Year candidate. But at the same time, both of those guys were having a tough time staying on the court as far as injuries goes. Like Robert Williams has this knee injury, and he's a young dude, but he can't play more than 20, 25 minutes in a game. So it's like while he's on the floor, he affects shots more than anybody I see in the league. But at the same time, it's like half a game.
Yeah.
You know, so it's not like
100%.
it's not 100%. Yeah, exactly. So you go and replace him with a lockdown defender, a pretty dang good shooter. You know, he's streaky, but yeah, I think that ultimately you got Jaylen Brown, Drew Holiday, Jason Tatum, Kristaps Porzingis, Al Horford, who's not going to be playing that much. It's curious to see who's going to be playing more time, Porzingis or Al Horford. Yeah, no, I mean they got a great team. After looking at Milwaukee's roster just now, like Milwaukee might be a little bit deeper than the Celtics are at the moment. But I mean, as far as that starting five goes that the Celtics have, it's pretty ruthless.
Sure.
Yeah.
What do you think, El?
I completely agree with what you just said. I mean, we can't keep going on about the trades for so long because, you know, the season, like, we have a preseason starting, and Holiday is a good guy. I mean, like, playing wise, I've never heard anything bad about him. Also, as a media wise, as a personal wise, you know what I mean?
Like
because we have some players who are good athletes overall, but like Jay Morant or someone, like, you know what I mean? Like what we talked about,
like James Harden,
like that, like, you know what I mean? So
James Harden, Artesia, local guy.
Yeah.
He's from the area.
That's crazy. I mean,
Drew Holiday too. He's from LA.
Oh, he's from LA?
Yeah.
Like LA?
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Go figure.
so I completely agree
So
with
for a
you.
Laker fan and everything, he said it in the press conference. He was like, "Oh, a lot of people gonna be, family wise, a lot of people gonna be mad at that." Boston Celtics, yeah.
I forget it, man.
I mean, it's a
Forget it.
great
It's not gonna be the
trade,
first time.
honestly, because players like the ones that like just sit on the bench injured for a long amount of time, it's scary, not only for the team but also for the player. So I agree with what you said. Do you want to move on to the USA FIBA?
Let's pull it up.
The USA
Let's
Basketball
pull up
Men's
let's-
World Cup
let's pull
team.
up that USA
Because-
roster, baby.
We have, before we started the show, we had a lot to discuss. It was just three of us, all of us who were sitting down, we were talking about stuff, and then we realized that we have a little bit of a different opinion on the USA Basketball Men's World Cup team. Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Shots might be fired here.
okay, we're about to start. So, what was your opinion? What was your point? The main thing about the USA Basketball Men's World Cup team, if people who don't know nothing about basketball, what would you tell them about the whole situation?
About the whole situation?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Like, what was the opinion?
I think that a lot of people around the world or whatever got a little too big for their bridges, you know. They're thinking, okay, yeah, this is a new era. And, like, for sure, the world is catching up. We're talking about Luka, Giannis, Jokic, even other guys that are low-key international players like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Andrew Wiggins from Canada. There's Al Horford's, I think he's Dominican.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, like, it's an international game. It's growing. It's becoming America's soccer, right? Or football. Sorry, Footy Fridays for
Shout out Footy
everyone.
Fridays.
It's
It's
called soccer. And so USA goes. I believe it was in the FIBA was in the Philippines or something like that, and they didn't even medal, right?
Yeah.
But something that we need to remember here is Luka was playing for Slovenia, right?
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards and Tyrese Halliburton were the two dogs on the USA team.
Yeah.
And they're good. Like, I'm not taking anything. I love Tyrese Halliburton's game. I love Anthony Edwards' game.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not Kevin Durant. He's not LeBron James.
Here we
He's
go.
not. Who else is saying that they're going to play? Kyrie said he might play.
We had a
Steph
whole,
said he
yeah.
might play.
Steph said
Steph
he's going
Curry.
to play.
No.
And, of course, while we are bringing
what's his
this
name?
up,
I forgot.
Joel Embiid.
Devin Booker. No, did he say
Oh,
that?
Devin Booker said
said
he
he
might
might
play.
play. Yeah.
But Joel Embiid, the newly minted United States citizen, said he will represent his country,
Yeah.
the
See.
US of A, over France and Cameroon.
Yeah.
That's big. That's
Big
like
time.
that's like wow, you want to play for USA? Bet. Cool.
I
Like,
mean-
respect it.
There are reasons to why he wants to play for USA. No.
Why?
Did he not just get his citizenship?
Yeah, I think he got it last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So pretty recent. So
Yeah.
he wants to like prove his point or represent the country that he is an official citizen.
Yeah, he was a Kansas
Okay,
Jayhawk too.
what I've heard online was people are like, who are all these like boys who don't know, like the Anthony Edwards, Tyrese, and then Bridges, like everyone
Josh
on the roster
Hart.
that we
Jaylen
see pulled
Brown,
up,
Jason
like
Tatum,
Jaren Jackson and everything. People were very confused with the choice because there were a lot of professionals who wanted to play, who were open to playing,
Oh, okay.
right? And then we have this roster and people are confused as in, like, they would rather have a better representative of the USA team.
Look at Bobby. Bobby Portis always looks like
Austin
he's
Reeves,
crazy.
Bobby
He looks like he
Portis,
just did
Cam
some smelling
Like a
Johnson.
salts or
rabid
something.
dog, huh?
Yeah.
Why would you say that?
Like he
But,
did some
you know-
smelling. Look at him. He's like, woo, I'm ready to go, baby.
I mean,
look at there's your
that's
boy
what I've
Austin
heard.
Reeves. Austin Reeves is
Yeah,
My
Walker
favorite.
Kessler looks like he should be playing water polo or something. What the heck is up with that guy?
one thing I will say is when it comes to
Because
like-
that's what I've heard people say.
What?
Like, we wish we had better representatives as the USA team.
right,
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Did you
they
hear
look at
that,
this
or is it
team-
just me?
No,
Yeah,
yeah,
they
no,
just
yeah,
read it.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
they look at this team and they say, oh, quote unquote, oh, this is the B team.
Yeah,
the
yeah. Like,
United
but we
States.
had a
Like,
plan
bro,
A.
like where's Stephen Curry? Where's KD? Where's
Mm-hmm.
LeBron? You know what I'm saying? So
Even-
that's why they're
And
like,
this is-
recruiting.
Yeah,
This
LeBron
is-
recruiting now.
And this
even
is a-
Donovan Mitchell. You know what I
this-
mean? Like
yeah.
even like guys like that who are they're legit, you know what I
Right.
mean? But they're not the
And
top
I
of the
think-
top, dude. They're not the top of the heat. Like Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum playing
Yeah.
on that team, baby. Come on now.
And
Who are the
for
coaches?
our listeners and watchers,
Steve
I think
Pierce
this
bullshit.
is a great excuse
Mark Few.
to why the
Mark
results are the way they are.
Mark Few looks like he's a
You know what I
golfer.
mean?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? Did you see the results?
Of the FIBA?
Yeah.
Who won it? I just know we didn't medal.
Yeah.
Like
Do you remember
I'm
who
talking
won it?
about.
Do
I
you
don't
remember?
remember
Look
who
this
won
up.
it. Honestly, let's
Yeah.
look it up.
Who won
But
FIBA?
while we're looking it up, let's talk about. I just made a statement about that, like people saying, "Oh, this is Plan B, but where is the Plan A?" I just think that this is an excuse for people
Yeah.
to say like, "Oh, we didn't win, but we have better players at home." You know what I mean?
don't.
But where are those players coming from?
They're coming from
Different countries also. Like I'm not talking about.
the AAU. Oh, it was Germany. Germany's who
Yeah.
won.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
They had Dennis Schroeder
Mhm.
Oh,
and
right.
those dudes from Orlando.
Germany.
What's the name? They're brothers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mo Wagner, right? They had the Wagners,
It was.
the Wagners.
Yeah. So I just think that's an excuse, in my opinion. I mean, 100%. If you let the guys, the dogs play, like, you know what I mean? The goats play, obviously there's going to be a big difference in the results.
Yeah,
But that's not an excuse for not letting people play.
they should have played.
Like,
It's just
seeing
they
Austin
care
Reeves-
about-
On the roster for the USA men's basketball team, I wouldn't say. I mean, he obviously has a lot of experience to gain, and he obviously has like time to grow and expand his skills and everything. But I wouldn't say that he's a Plan B player. I wouldn't say that. Like,
He's
you
an
guys had good
up-and-coming-
players.
He's an up and coming player.
Yeah.
He killed it in
Good.
the playoffs. He
100%.
If
Did
he
you see
wasn't on
that?
the Lakers,
Yeah, but we're gonna go back to that later. A little bit of clickbait because we have our things coming. So I was saying, I was just talking. Remember how I brought up Luca?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, one of my personal favorites. Honestly, I just love how people love representing their own countries.
Yeah, it's
absolutely,
definitely
absolutely.
choice because like the NBA can't force them to
No
play
one to
USA.
join
That
the
shit's
USA. Yeah,
volunteer.
100%.
But it's like, yeah, like, but these other countries, like, they take it so seriously
Mm-hmm.
that, like, if you have a superstar that's playing in the NBA that's overseas,
Mm-hmm.
they will play for their country and they will, like, happily do it.
Yeah.
But it's like USA is arrogant. It's some sort of arrogance of like, okay, we're USA, we're the best. Like we have that
Yeah,
mindset
100%.
of like, all right, nah, we don't need to compete. Like, cause
Yeah.
like, what do we gotta prove? Like, that's the type of mindset that it feels like. That's why like we have this.
Yeah, it always seems like it's a get back.
Right.
You know, we have to
Right.
blow it, and then all of a sudden we're like, all right, now let's throw the dogs out.
Yeah, like the dream team,
the dream
and
team,
the redeem team.
I mean, the
yeah.
USA
exactly, dude. And so, like, last Olympics, I think what was it, Lithuania? Lithuania destroyed us. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, these
But
guys.
again, it's
It's
like who's playing.
It's a big deal. It's a big deal. It needs to be a big deal for these guys. It's kind of a mentality that's reverberated into the NBA and outside of international play.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they have the new rules, the PPP rules, and
Yeah.
the 63. What is it called?
It's
Just the
the
63 game or
A
65.
65 game. You have to
Player.
play 65 games to qualify for like the awards.
Right.
And yeah, it's also like trying to stop the low management too.
Yeah. Which, like, I've my buddies, if they're listening, they've heard me say this a million times. Went to a Clippers game a few
It's
years
the
ago
3P.
and went to go see John Morant
The
on
third
the
one.
first game of a back-to-back.
Mhm.
So the Grizzlies were in town.
Yeah.
Paul George and Kawhi weren't playing, and me and my buddy went to just go watch Ja Morant play. And he's like a rookie or something. Maybe he was a second. I think he was a rookie. And he sat out the first game of a back-to-back.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, what? So he could play the Lakers the next night because that's a bigger deal. But it's like, dude, are you kidding me? You're this young dude. There's no reason for a young guy to rest, in my opinion, unless you're actually hurt. But
that's like something that a lot of people say, honestly, especially like people who are like, I've heard it a lot from my grandpa.
Yeah, don't rest.
Don't rest.
Older player. Well, I mean, obviously, you don't rest, like sleep, get a good night's sleep. Do your okay, this is okay.
Well, there are different types of rest,
though. This
though.
bothers me so much. Okay, so with all of the sports science that we got going on, you know, they got personal trainers, nutritionists. They have all this stuff that allows
Keep
their bodies
themselves.
to function perfectly, right? And you look at, and you know, this is a dead horse, but you look at the Bulls, you look at Gary Payton, and all these guys from the 90s, right? They played 82 games because they were expected to play 82 games. They didn't have these Jordan probably had nutritionists and stuff like that, but like, you know, your average guy like Karl Malone and John Stockton, you know what I mean? Like
LeBron
John Stockton was a
oldest
skinny little dude, and like they played every game that they were able to play.
Yeah, and look at players like LeBron also.
LeBron
he's the oldest. He's the oldest player in the NBA.
Yeah,
I don't see him rest.
Season.
Yeah, no, and
he also spends $1.5 million on his body.
Yeah.
And not everybody can do
to
that.
keep it up, obviously, because
but most
whenever
of these guys get paid $20 million a year.
Right.
Yeah.
And
least.
and it's also the dedication. He also comes from a different era too. He comes from 2003, where like it was a lot harder to like play
get
basketball
through. Yeah,
and get through. And like that physical aspect in NBA like is very limited now. But so he comes from a different era, and these players that come in now are not just about basketball, but they're about business opportunities or like
but
outside
talking
of the
about
NBA.
talking about rest, I wouldn't bring up the Ja Morant, honestly, because this man has a different type of rest.
Ja Morant, that's the thing. Ja Morant, when he's on the court, he's a beast.
He is.
Yeah.
So I don't know how he has time to go on live with his own phone.
It's definitely not. It's definitely
That's
not.
probably
on
why
play.
he needed. He was like the first night he got in LA, you know, city of.
Let me go on live. Yeah,
you know
that
what?
was a whole scandal. I remember that.
Yeah, man, and he better watch out the different areas of LA he's driving around with a firearm. You know.
So
what I mean?
did we end up reading out the new policy?
Okay, here,
we
you wanna
haven't.
read
Okay,
it?
yeah, we can read one by one. Rest no more than one star player from a game. For purposes of the restrictions, a star player is defined as someone who has been an all-star or an all-NBA selection in any of the past 3 seasons. Then make star players available for nationally televised games and in-season tournament games. Balance the number of the game rest absences as star player.
Accrues.
Accrues, yeah.
It's tough when it's
if you can
highlighted like that.
zoom in home game versus road games, with a recommendation that a player more often sit out at home. Refrain from any long-term shutdown when a star stops participating in games or appears only in a materially reduced role that could affect the integrity of the game. Have any healthy players resting for a game present and visible to fans. I think that's a good point.
Okay, what does that mean in English? So I think the second one where they mentioned the in-season tournament, ultimately that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make everybody care about the in-season tournament because at the beginning of the year.
The second one was to make star players available for nationally televised games and
season
tournament.
and
I see that
in-season
now.
tournaments. Yeah, but that's basically okay. So they're redoing their TV contracts, right? And TV ratings for the regular season in NBA started just going down the drain. Because nobody knows who's going to be playing at a night.
Yeah.
So if you watch, like, ESPN's like, let's see here. The Suns are playing the Mavericks on Wednesday night basketball or something like that, right? So what they do is they'll put the 2 stars up there, right? And sometimes, like, those guys aren't even playing in the game.
Right,
so you
right.
go
Yeah,
to
but
the
people are
game,
going to watch it. You're going to watch the Lakers game if the LeBron is sitting
for
on
like 5 seconds, and then you're like, oh, wait, these guys, nobody's playing. Like, why am I going to even keep watching, you know? Like, so you just turn it off and put it on something else where, like football, okay?
Like you see a whole bunch of people.
Everybody's playing.
Yeah.
It's not like I mean, there's only 17 games, but you know what I mean. You're not going to tune into a Ravens game and wonder if Lamar Jackson's going to rest that day.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It's like no, if his ankle's messed up, he's going to play because they got 17 games.
Right.
You know, it's more entertaining
Right.
to watch a guy gut through an injury than to be like, oh yeah, hey, I rolled my ankle over 3 weeks ago. And
we need to also mention one thing. Look, the policy includes exceptions for injuries and personal absences, as well as pre-approved absences in back-to-back scheduled circumstances based on a player's age, career, workload, or serious injury history.
Right. So that serious injury history, that's for Kawhi right there. Kawhi's still going to be able to sit out. For sure. That dude's knee is jacked up. You know what I mean? It is. This
is so bad.
Why?
Okay. I think I'm going to take the evil role of the show, but if you want to go off, go off.
I'm not evil. Kawhi Leonard.
That's not personal.
No.
What if he did
they're
you?
protecting him. They're protecting him. They're
Yeah.
saying that he can sit out.
Yeah,
Because his knee's jacked up. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? And he was even asked about this during media days. He's like, the rules aren't going to stop me from sitting out, but that rule right there allows him to sit out because he has a serious injury history.
Yeah.
Yeah, his knee. It's like 2 times in the past 3 years he's torn his knee ligaments.
Yeah.
So it's like,
Terrible.
of course, a guy like that's not going to be able to play 75 games in a season.
Yeah,
You know.
obviously. But also
and
it's
then
a
players'
great
age and career workload. That's where LeBron's going to be able to sit out
Yeah.
games this season. He's 39.
100%.
I think he's played more minutes than anybody.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true at all, but he's played a lot of minutes, dude.
Yeah, they had mentioned this too. That like for example, LeBron James, Kevin Durant,
Chris Paul, and other players who
uh,
are at least 35 years old on opening night or have appeared in 1,000 career games or logged more than 34,000 regular season minutes will fall into this category. Their teams must notify the league in writing at least 1 week in advance, explaining why the players' participation will be limited.
Look that up.
Well,
look up the most minutes ever played in a career. I want to see where LeBron's at. Just the most minutes ever played in a career. Because he's been playing since he's 18 years old,
Yeah.
and he's 39. Is he 39 already?
Most NBA minutes played. Let's see. I think he is. The king.
Okay. Oh, Kareem.
LeBron is
What?
third.
LeBron's
He's
third.
the third.
54.
Okay, so
54,000. Kareem has 57.5.
Kareem.
mailman.
He's definitely surpassing these
Malone
guys,
is 852. Sorry, and LeBron James is 54,092 minutes.
Dirk, number 4 on the
Wow.
list.
Do you think he's gonna?
LeBron is gonna have every record when it's said and done.
though. Absolutely.
All the good
I
ones.
think
at
he
least.
has a. I think he's gonna be fine.
I definitely think
With the
LeBron's
minutes.
getting 40,000 career points.
Oh, you think?
Yeah.
40,000.
Where's he at right now?
He's at like 30, like 37, 38.
Yeah, he'll play 2 more seasons.
Well, a lot more
He could
celebrations
get
for
that
the fans.
maybe this season,
Yeah,
even, right?
that's what I'm saying.
Damn.
I hope so. I mean,
What
we'll
an
just have to
insane
see.
career.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah, there's so many people
Outstanding.
with just like tons of hype that come into.
And I not only
Actually,
respect
see
LeBron
it.
for his athlete abilities, but also for the way he is, like as a person and the media image that he has. It's very hard to keep up when you have been playing for so long.
Right.
Like we have John Morant. I'm just gonna bring up this guy whenever something bad happens. He's the reason why my life is going wrong.
John Morant
Anyways,
serving a
I'm
25
just gonna
game
say-
suspension. Speaking of that 65 game rule,
Yeah,
where
he
he's
ain't
not
get
gonna
none
win
of them.
anything.
I'm just
or
gonna say
give
that
those
we
extra
have
bonuses.
young players like Jay Morant having bad influence and like having a bad image. And then we have 39-year-old LeBron who's been playing since he was 18.
Yeah, he's been.
And he
getting
has a
media
great
coverage.
image. He's a family guy. From what it seems, his sons are doing great.
Yeah.
You know, Bronny.
Shout out
and
to
then
Bronny.
yeah.
Hope he's doing all right. with
Yeah,
his
that's
heart.
what I was about to mention. Remember we mentioned a heart attack, and then
Yeah.
Bronny suffered from that as well. He seems great, and I hope he's a great example too. Like if I hear someone say I want to be a star NBA player, you better be like LeBron. Because
that's
it's
the
like, you
goal.
know what I mean? You not only play good, but also have a good image
Mhm.
for people to have something to look up to.
Yeah, to have that
100%.
image since you were like 16.
So
Yeah.
He was
young.
scouted when he was like 16.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And getting compared to Michael and Kobe, like, and to live up to that expectation and succeed that expectation is like amazing. Like it's inspiring.
100%.
Yeah, no, it's crazy, man. Like, yeah, there's been a few next Jordans, you know?
Yeah.
Like, even before LeBron, it was like, I don't know, like, what's his name? Grant Hill was supposed to be a baller. And then you had those guys that were supposed to be legit from New York, like Telfair or Sebastian Telfair was supposed to be like the next best thing, and he could barely even get a starting spot. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of guys that come into the league with a lot of hype. Dwight Howard was supposed to be the next Shaq. Mm-hmm. I mean, Victor Wembanyama right now is supposed to be the next greatest thing that's ever happened to the NBA. Yeah, I've heard about that guy a lot.
Every time I get a notification on ESPN, it was literally like 3 weeks in a row. Every time I get a notification on ESPN, it's Victor this. I just can't pronounce his last name.
Wembanyama.
Wembanyama. Can you please look it up?
Yeah, put it in big.
In big font for me because I want to learn. It's ridiculous because every time I see the Wembanyama.
Wembanyama.
No, wait, hold up. Victor Wembanyama.
Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah, every time I would see that first name and last name, I would be like, oh, this guy's gonna be good.
But he's like, I mean, he's super skinny, dude, and he's saying that the league should slim down because to deal with him, but it's not. I don't know, dude. I mean, I'm obviously nowhere close to being in the NBA.
People are asking, is Victor Wembanyama in 2K23?
What's his numbers? 2K23? What are his numbers? He's 7'4". How much does he weigh?
7'4" and
210 pounds.
Well,
so we got.
I mean, he has time to gain muscle.
He's got time to gain muscle.
You don't really have to.
We got a guy here at Long Beach State, Lacina Traore, who's 6'10", 230.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like 7'4", 210. That's.
Yeah.
I mean, heights are crazy.
That's a beanpole.
Like
7'4", really and he's only 19 years old.
Yeah. And he said that he doesn't need to bulk up. It's like, dude.
Yeah, 100%.
No, not true.
I mean,
Chet Holmgren played half a preseason game. Right. It wasn't even a preseason game. It was just like an exhibition game. He broke his foot.
Right.
I don't know if that has to do with him being skinny. I guess being heavy would hurt your foot more, but
basketball
that might not add up.
is a very interesting sport in regards to how you're supposed to regulate your body, and is it supposed to be more muscle, more skin? I just think it's like you're genetically supposed to have a specific percentage and balance with your height and with your muscle and with your fat, with everything. Mm-hmm. And it also depends on the position you play. Like if you're an NFL player, you have to he can't Victor Wembanyama can't be an NFL player.
No, he can't.
You know what I mean? He just can't.
No.
But he can be a great basketball player, and I don't think the question of being too skinny or too buff.
I'm not saying he has to be like Shaq, but like Kevin
Shaq
Durant.
Crazy.
Like how much does Kevin Durant weigh? Kevin Durant is still skinny, and he's still.
Are they the same height? He's only 19.
He's shorter. He's shorter than him. See this KD right there.
Kevin
Durant's
man.
like 6'10" or something like that.
I just know his knees are gonna hurt.
Kevin Durant.
Because this height does
he's
not.
He's 6'10", 240.
Well.
That's not right. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go to Kevin Durant's stats. Wait, yeah, do that one.
Stats.
Let's still say 240.
Yeah, 6'10" to 40.
Yeah, and it's like Kevin Durant is still kind of skinny on the court.
Yeah, he looks.
And he's
skinny.
Shorter, and he weighs 30 more pounds than him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, I don't know. Obviously, it could work out, but these guys are pretty physical. They might. You got to be have sneaky strength to be that.
I don't think it's the muscle strength that you are supposed to have as a basketball player. I think it's a core strength.
Yeah.
So that people confuse it a lot. You can have a lot of muscle, but the core strength is what's more important, I believe. I don't know. People can disagree with me,
let's take a guy like Jokic.
Yeah.
Jokic is the dad bod god.
Yeah. 100%.
Right. And it's personally for me, I think that basketball, it obviously helps to be an insane athlete, but at the same time, what ultimately matters is your ability to put the ball in the hoop.
Yeah.
And kind of with him, the craftiness of which he can score, his passing abilities and not really being explosive. But Jokic will power you down to the bucket.
100%.
and Wembanyama won't have that. When LeBron, I'm comparing him to the best players in the league, but the fact of the matter is that's who he's being compared to right now. They're already saying he's going to be the best, right? And so when LeBron gets a full head of steam and just heads to the bucket, people are getting out of his way.
Right. People are moving.
When
people are
when Wembanyama is going to do that, they're just going to take a charge.
Well,
it's not going to hurt him.
You're also comparing a 19-year-old Victor Wembanyama to LeBron James because
that's true.
He's
that's true.
Jacked.
But
so
all these
obviously,
guys
you just give him time. Let's not be as hard on him, okay?
I'm not saying
I'm just gonna defend him a little bit.
I think he'll be a good player.
Judge, I think so too. Just give him time. That's all I'm asking for. Just give him time.
Should we take a little commercial break real quick? Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then we'll come in with the final segment.
Yep, I think that would be great. We're going on a commercial break, guys, but we're gonna be back with dunk discussion in
a few minutes.
Couple of minutes. We'll see you back.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't lead trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And only you can't have, do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the back, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't lead trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I got.
And welcome back, everyone, to Dunk Discussions. We are back from the commercial breaks. I say breaks.
Yeah,
we just had one. So weird.
Next week we might have two.
Who knows? Everything's unpredictable. We're talking about basketball, so you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Okay, so
to start off,
feels like Showtime's showing up. We're about to go on a fast break, baby. Producer Matt with the fast break questions.
To start it off, let's start with James Harden. James Harden showed up to camp a couple days late after calling out Daryl Morey in the off season, calling him a liar, and he won't play for the Philadelphia 76ers anymore. How do you feel about James Harden coming back after him calling out his team?
Honestly, knowing the previous dramatic past of this player, James Harden, it was not something that would be unexpected. Honestly, talking to kids and just like, you know what I mean? We had this whole scandal with China back then, and then just you're calling out the person who like brought you up practically in this field. You know what I mean? Am I wrong for saying that? Because that's how I see it.
Yeah.
And for you to openly call him out and call him a liar and call him names is just ridiculous. Honestly, the recent statement that I saw, which was made yesterday, 5th of October, it was the statement made by necessarily
James Harden?
No.
Daryl Morey.
Morey, correct.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting what is going on with me today.
Morey.
But it's okay. I'm going to fix myself for the next time, guys. Morey made a statement asking fans to relax because there are a lot of questions about not only James Harden, but also the coaching staff, the statistics that are going to be used for the season. Overall, he just asked the fans to relax and give them time. Because honestly, if you're coming out with it, do you think they're going to keep him?
Okay, so this is my feeling on it.
Because this is...
I think that this is James Harden essentially trying to force his way out again. And I don't think it's going to work for him this time because after what he did in Brooklyn and Houston, first off, no team is going to know for sure whether or not he's going to stay with them for longer than half a season or an entire season. Also, he is almost forced, if he does stay in Philadelphia, which Philadelphia is trying to get something worth getting for him. So they're not going to give him up. And if he does stay on the team, it's only going to hurt his chances to go to another team and get paid anything at all if he just sits out half the season or does like the whole holdout thing or does what he did in Houston and just come in out of shape and just like show up for one game a week, ball out one game a week, and then just completely tank it the other games. So I don't think he's going to be able to play the same playbook he did in his previous stops. So, I mean, his actions kind of put him in a corner to force him to play well.
Yeah.
I'm just not so sure if he can play mint James Harden anymore. We saw it in the playoffs last year against the Celtics where he had that killer game.
100%.
And then he went like 2 for 20 the next game, and like he can turn it on in spurts now, but he can't be the centerpiece of a team because first off he's unreliable as a player and as somebody that a team that can rely on
just
to
like
be
trust.
just there. Yeah, exactly. So sure. I honestly think that they will try to move him. They're actively going to keep trying to move him, but they're not going to give him away for like a 5th round or 2nd or 3rd round draft pick. I think they're going to try to get, maybe a 2nd round draft pick, but they're probably going to want to get a role player and a pick or something.
I agree. Players like this, like for me, there are, I would say, 3 or 2 categories of players overall. That's going to be players like Jay Morant, and I keep bringing him up. I feel bad. Do I really? No. And James Harden.
I like Ja.
He's funny, but it's a parade inside
he's
my
a
city.
he's an example. Like in the worst ways,
he is.
Example.
Yeah.
And then good players like LeBron. I'm talking about image they have with people.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have that image within people and social media and the media overall, what is going to be your image, like teams wise, coaches wise? Because those are the same people looking in the media. Yeah. They might know more being like the inside source, but also like, is that going to help your career? Is that going to make it worse? Obviously it's going to make it worse.
Is the credibility of James Harden is very shot for sure. To switch gears, to keep running that fast break, is there any team that will be surprising this year that was like, what is your sleeper team?
Bucks?
I guess.
Ooh, the old sleeper team. Well, it really isn't going out on a limb, but I will mention them first off. So, I think the The Thunder. I think the Thunder are going to be really like a contender this year. Mm-hmm. Shai Gilgeous is going to be a problem, and I personally think Chet Holmgren is going to come back and prove himself. I don't know, but he seems like they're a missing piece, you know. But that's not going out too much on a limb. Let's see here. Yeah, I'll go with the Thunder, and then my outside shot, which would just be because I like LaMelo's style of play. Oh. Let's go Charlotte, baby.
Oh, Charlotte.
Okay.
I know, right? But that's just the team that I want to watch. I kind of just like watching them run up and down the court. But legit contender, Sacramento.
I started my season last year watching, obviously because of LeBron. Like, most of my close friends are LeBron fans. So I was watching Lakers, and I think one team that I'm going to add to my schedule and watch list for sure is going to be Miami Heat. I want to see how the defense plays. Because, like, they also made some changes, and I just want to watch different conferences, like East Conference and then, like, just other parts of the league, because I've never got a chance to experience, like, the variety that we have. You know what I mean? Because being based like around LA, Lakers is going to be something that you're going to watch. But we have also a lot of other good teams to watch and like to root for. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Right. Miami and Sacramento, definitely two teams on like two different trajectories.
Yeah.
Sacramento's on the up, and Miami amidst this Damian Lillard situation is
I loved watching Sacramento play last year, dude. We'll see.
The beam, man.
We'll see. Like the beam.
Probably the last question. Any player that you guys think is gonna break out, like a player-wise?
I have mine.
Take this one out. Go ahead.
I have mine. As I've said before, Austin Reeves. I think he when I've heard his name for the first time and just like watched some highlights or whatever, I was like, okay, he's all right. Maybe he'll do something. But then I was watching the playoffs, the NBA playoffs, and I was like, hold on. He is actually really good. And if he had more time to play, like if the playoffs were longer, which is like technically not possible, but I just want to see him open up and want to see what can he do in his full potential during the whole season, because I want to see just what his game is. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, that's pretty much Austin Reeves is my player.
Okay, so initially I was leaning towards somebody else, but this dude just popped in my head, and he is actually going to be the breakout player of the NBA this year. Mm-hmm. The Orlando Magic's Paolo Banchero. That dude's going to have a killer season this year.
Okay.
Yeah. I think so. He's got size. He had a good year last year, too, so we'll see.
I'm definitely looking for, like, Tyler Halliburton. I think from Indiana. Indiana's always a nice team to watch. I think today, like, this year will be a breakout season for Tyler.
Yeah. Hey, Tyrese Halliburton, dude, he's got that Magic Johnson. Look, LA fans, I'm not saying he is Magic. He's got the ugly-looking shot and the good dishes like Magic, though. Oh, shots fired. I'm sorry. Magic's the best point guard of all time. Not according to Steph Curry, but we'll see. I think Magic's the best point guard of all time.
Yeah.
All right.
Until Steph Curry, if he wins 5.
Well, hey, there goes the fast break. We ended it on a dunk discussion. And so tune in next week for another invigorating session of dunk discussions. We might have it a little more tied up next time.
Yeah.
This is Daniel McMahon.
And this is Elmira Darmanian. Thank you guys for watching. We really appreciate it.
We got producer Matt.
Yes, sir.
Y'all are listening on YouTube on 22 West Media Productions. You're also, maybe if you do have an HD radio, 88.1 HD Channel 3, 22westmedia.com.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And only you can't have, do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the bag, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going non-stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, barbers gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And then only you can't have, do it.
Pretty much.
We're ready to roll.
Let's do this.
Take it away, Bruce.
All right. What's up, everybody? I'm Bruce Kuntz here with Garrett Novak, and this is the first episode of Around the Bases. Thank you for joining us. We're here, 22 West Media. We're rounding out the first day of our sports episodes with the MLB show. So, yeah, I'm Bruce Kuntz, and you have anything you want to say, Garrett?
Just excited to be here. Shout out 22 West for getting us on here, getting into a baseball show. Excited to share our knowledge with you all. Other than that, I'm just excited to get into these topics because playoff baseball it's definitely underway, isn't it?
This is the best possible time for us to get on the air. There's plenty of things to talk about. The wild card round wrapped up over the weekend. We've got the division series coming up here soon, and we're ready to get right into it. So just to set it out straight, we're live here on YouTube. If that's where you're watching, there's a chat there if you want to say anything. Get interactive. We'll try and respond to everything. We're also live on 22westmedia.com and on 88.1 FM HD3. We're going to be live every week at 3 p.m. This time slot will be ours for throughout October and possibly through the off season. So look out for this every week. And with that, let's get right into those wildcard series that just wrapped up. And we can start with Rangers-Rays. That one, I think a lot of people went into it expecting a lot better from the Rays. They opened the regular season way back in April with a record winning streak, 13 games to open the year, and did not translate it to October. That fell apart pretty quick.
I honestly really didn't expect a lot from the Rays. It's really felt like a team that was kind of falling apart from every single angle. I mean, it started way off at the beginning when they started to lose Springs. They lost Rasmussen early on in the year, eventually with Franco during the middle of the season. And then going into this playoff matchup, they had no Lobros in the lineup. It really seemed like it was all coming apart from the seams. You could tell the fans weren't showing out. The team had no fire under them. And the Rangers really just beat them out of their own gym.
I totally think that looking back with the injuries they've dealt with and the Wander Franco situation, that's a tough thing for a clubhouse to go through and, stay on top of their game. The Rays still wound up winning 98 games, I think it was. And so they still got the win total, but that locker room might not have been quite as together as we expected. And so I don't think the Rays were running out the operation that we've gotten used to from them of being absolutely on top of everybody else in terms of the analytical side and everything like that. And it showed through pretty quickly. The Rangers pitching staff was the thing that everybody was questioning. Through September, that pitching staff kind of fell apart, and that's how they wound up losing the AL West to the Astros there at the end. Nathan Eovaldi, 6 starts in September, an ERA over 9. That didn't look good. And then Jordan Montgomery, he was good for the Rangers since he got down there from St. Louis. But Eovaldi and Montgomery both went out and shoved in that series, and they were a big reason that the Rays were only held to 1 run.
Yeah, I was really surprised with what I saw from Eovaldi. Great outing in Game 2. Really had all his stuff going and really piggybacked well off Montgomery, especially coming from that left side, that tall frame. It was a surprise. Definitely a surprise. I still had probably Rangers in 2 to begin with. Mm-hmm. I just didn't think we'd get the pitching performance that we did. I thought the Rays would probably put a couple more on the board, get a couple more across.
That's definitely something to watch here heading into the ALDS. That Rangers team, we know the offense is there. They've scored runs all through the regular season. Corey Seager, Marcus Semien, there's plenty of bats. But if that pitching staff can perform like they did here in this wildcard round, that Rangers team is somebody to mess with.
One question I did have, I'm not sure what's up with Ezekiel Duran. Where was he in that series, if you know?
Yeah, I'm not sure what was going on with him. One guy that I do know, Evan Carter, absolutely stepped up. Number 8 prospect on MLB Pipeline. He stepped in. First 8 playoff plate appearances of his career, reached base 7 times, 2 doubles, and a homer. That was pretty impressive.
It was pretty impressive. I'm kind of hoping they switch that lineup, maybe bump Carter up a little higher. I don't love Robbie Grossman hitting in the 3-hole.
Yeah, that isn't really a strong suit from a team that we are expecting a lot of offense from. But yeah, they'll have to keep up the production with the bats. I think that bullpen is a shaky area, so they're going to have to keep scoring runs against the Orioles in order to try and do anything.
Yeah, I really want to say, it's a real streaky team, and it'd be really nice for the Rangers to get hot early on into this postseason, because that offense had been solid all the way throughout the All-Star break, one of the top offenses in the game, but they kind of were up and down throughout the entire second half. Seems like they're picking up a little bit more. I know Semien didn't finish quite as strong as he would have wanted. Seager was on a tear the whole way through, and then the Josh Jung injury definitely hurt a little bit. Hopefully his bat turns around a little bit as we get more into the postseason. But if they start firing on all cylinders, and then Montgomery, Eovaldi, Perez, Dunning give you 6 innings, 3 runs, 5 innings, 3 runs, offense can take them as much as they need as long as they get a couple of lockdown outings from Chapman or who else in the back out, Spores maybe.
And another big thing to watch, Max Scherzer isn't quite healthy yet. He's got that shoulder holding him back. And that's something to watch. If he can get healthy, maybe get back. I don't think that he's going to be on this Division Series roster. But if the Rangers can stay alive, get to the Championship Series, Max Scherzer makes it back, that team looks dangerous.
Yeah, gives them a lot more length in that rotation. I'm not loving the potential outing for Martin Perez if he gets his number called to pitch.
Yeah, that pitching staff, like we've been talking about, they're going to be top heavy. They're going to have to rely on the Jordan Montgomerys, Nate Eovaldi, maybe Scherzer if he gets back. They're going to need those guys to step up because once you start looking at that depth, there's not a lot there, especially in terms of the bullpen. Aroldis Chapman, they got him in early July, and overall in the season are all this 11 save opportunities between Kansas City and Texas. He only converted 6 of them. Mm-hmm. So you never know. He also has the track record. We know of his history in October of blowing the big moments. So you never know how that's going to go. They're going to need to score a lot of runs, outscore the Orioles, obviously, and they're going to need to put enough runs up that they can just have their pitching staff get through as much as they can.
Yeah, and when Chapman was traded, he came out during that trade and he said, I liked the atmosphere in Kansas City. He liked not having the pressure on him pitching in those games. It made him feel more comfortable. And we saw it in his stats. But, I mean, it seems like he's kind of carried over to Texas. He's picked up a bit more of a role. Maybe he's become more comfortable. So we'll see how Chapman goes. I believe he had a good outing against the Rays, put 3 up, 3 down. So that was good to see from him. Definitely going to need a little bit more of that, shore up that back end of the bullpen. But I do want to circle back on the Rays. Especially on the defensive side. A couple miscues from Yandy Diaz at first in game 1. Huge miscue from Jose Siri in the outfield, throwing that one away, letting a run score. What do you think they're going to need to do in the offseason to just get healthy? Is that the cure all for them?
It's going to be an interesting offseason for them for sure. There's a lot of different ways that the Rays could go. Tyler Glasnow has 1 more year left on his deal, but I mean, we know how the Rays operate. I think there's been a lot of off seasons of late that we've gone in wondering what they're going to do, but they have as good of a front office as anybody in terms of picking up waiver acquisitions, whatever it is, and turning guys into really good players. I think that we can count on that to continue from the Rays, but they're definitely at a bit of a crossroads that we haven't expected, and missing Wander Franco for that team's future is certainly something to watch. They went from thinking that they have a 22-year-old who's one of the best young stars in baseball locked up for 10 years to all of a sudden that's gone. They've got a couple guys that are out for next year still with injuries. I don't know if Springs is going to be back, at least not for opening day. The Rays, it's going to be an off-season to watch for them and see how they can try and come back from this, because it's a tough thing to come back from, to go into the playoffs with the expectations that they had, high 90s in the win total, and then to flop like they did. That's a tough thing to just, brush off and go right into next season and not let that affect you.
Especially holding that division for so long throughout the entire year. I almost think that the Rays could maybe go for a 2 years down the road rather than next year, even though Glasnow is on the last year of his deal going into next season, especially with those injuries to Springs, Rasmussen, like I said. They have a lot of young pieces. Paredes, I believe Arozarena is still around. Diaz is a little up there, but I see him being a good contributor for the next couple of years, especially as it seems like players all over the entire league are getting better and better as they get older until they get to those real late 30s. But I almost see more of a 2-year window. They'll definitely compete next year. I mean, they've got guys like Taylor Walls, Curtis Meade coming up, making an impact. But with that pitching staff, I like that 2-year outlook a little more.
Yeah, Junior Camaro's up in the big leagues now too. I mean, they've still got the young names. It's just going to be about how they handle. I mean, losing Wander Franco's tough. They've still got some pitching injuries. And then with the emergence of the Orioles, that AL East, it's looking like that might be the Orioles division for years to come now. So the Rays are going to have to do more than I think they've done in recent off seasons, where they've been able to just kind of sit back, continue to not spend money, and rely on their front office in order to find gems and be able to make something out of nothing. I think they might need to go a little bit more pressure there, try and go out, get somebody big, figure something out on the trade market. And
it'd definitely be a bit of a shock if they spend a little money.
Yeah, that I think we can probably not expect from that front office. They might be having a new stadium here soon, but just on the track record, they don't spend money. They find a way to win anyway. We'll see if that can continue to hold up in the next few years. So I think now we can move on. Twins, Blue Jays. The Twins took it in 2 pretty easily. The Pablo Lopez and Sonny Gray both went out and shoved. How do you think the Twins are feeling going into the division series?
First of all, I was absolutely shocked to see the Twins pull that out. The Twins, they've got to be riding high. If you look at the most recent MLB Instagram post, I believe it was the Twins were voted to have a 48.5% chance to beat the Astros, which is, I mean, the Astros have so much playoff experience, returning all those guys from those previous teams pretty much. I was really surprised to see that the Astros were only favored about 52% in that series, because I think they still have the better team than the Twins. But the Twins, I mean, everything went their way. The pitching was great. Blue Jays made their own mistakes on their end, and then they just got enough from the bats. Lewis, what an excellent series from Lewis. Yeah. Really showing out. He only had about 200 bats this season, but now he's a 3-hitter for a contending team.
And he missed the final week and a half with a hamstring injury. He comes right off the injured list and homers in the first at-bat that he's back.
First 2 at-bats.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible from Royce Lewis there, and it's great to see him emerge after he was drafted high, struggled through injuries in the minor leagues, still more injury struggles, finally gets here this year and is healthy a little bit, and he's showing out. That's great to see. And like you said, I think that the Twins went into the playoffs kind of with that AL Central consolation prize where, that division was awful. And so for them to come out on top, it's been something to wonder whether they're a legitimate playoff team or if they kind of just got there under the circumstances of their horrible division.
After these two games that we saw, I think they are a legitimate playoff team, even though they're in that division. I think they really went under the radar. They have a bit of a chip on their shoulder coming in because all the trash everyone talks about that Central Division. Big contributions. We had Lewis. Kirilloff's finally come up and starting to make some impact. Wallner as well. I feel like it's one of those things where you're not paying attention to the Twins because there's all these other teams, Braves, Dodgers, doing all these other things.
Right.
And the Twins come in and they put a couple pieces together and you say, oh, who's Edward Julian at the top of their lineup? Who is that? It's just like Arias when he got called up a couple of years for them. And they put a good squad together. They're scrappy. They put bat on ball. They make things happen. They pop a bomb here and there in target field. And things go their way with just strong pitching. I think it's a really good formula, and I'd like to see it keep going in this postseason.
That's what I think the difference for the Twins is. In past years, they've been a pitching staff that's been known to not get strikeouts. They've been near the bottom of the league year after year. And then this year, complete 180, picking up Pablo Lopez, Sonny Gray reemerging, and they led the league in strikeouts this year. And that pitching staff has been the difference for them. And they've got it not only up top in the starters. They've got, Sonny Gray, Pablo Lopez, Bailey Ober is going to be the game one starter here this weekend. Joe Ryan had a good start to the year. He kind of struggled a little bit, losing some velocity in the middle of the year. But then they've got it in the bullpen, too. Brock Stewart, former Dodger, back in 2016, kind of got cast off, wasn't anything. And they picked him up. He got in work over the offseason. He's got one of the best fastballs in baseball now, coming out of that bullpen, 0.65 ERA this year. And then they've got Johan Duran. Obviously, everybody knows him, 98-mile-an-hour splitters. It's ridiculous. That pitching staff is really good, and that's what they're going to have to rely on. Like you said, they've got some rookies that are doing things with the bats, but it's going to be about the pitching and how that can match up with the postseason experience of the Astros.
Their team reminds me a little bit of that 14-15 Royals team, where you get a couple guys locked down in the back end of the bullpen. You've got good starters that can get you 6, get you to your back end 7, 8, 9 guys, and that's just a great formula for winning a baseball game.
Totally. And how about Target Field? The Twins win their first playoff game, and they've lost 18 in a row, first of all. Now it's their first postseason series win since 2002, first game won since 2004, and Target Field was with it. That atmosphere in Minnesota was one of the best in the entire wildcard round. Absolutely electric. The Twins fans were out there really rooting for their team, and that you definitely saw it reflect in the Twins' performance on the field. The energy that fan base brought was huge, and they're definitely going to need it to get brought again here against Houston in order to try and get that upset.
Yeah, they're giving the Phillies at Citizens Bank just a little run for their money. Minnesota, they're absolutely showing out. Even Kirk Cousins was there undercover. It was really, really fun to see. Target Field is a zoo right now. They're just going to pack it in even more going into this division series against the Astros. They're going to be there, and the Astros, they might not know what's coming.
Yeah. So while we're on the topic of this Twins-Blue Jays series, let's make sure to talk about Game 2. The Blue Jays hamstrung themselves. Not only there was the decision to pull Jose Barrios with 47 pitches in the 4th inning, but also when we look later in the game, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with one of the worst base running mistakes that I've seen maybe ever. You've got on second base, your best hitter Bo Bichette at the plate there, looking to get it tied up when you're playing backs against the wall, looking to not get eliminated, and you get picked off of second base. That was really bad. You just need better from your stars, and I think that's going to get talked about throughout the offseason. What did you see there from Vladimir Guerrero?
He was just caught napping. I mean, you can't have that little lapse in attention, especially in that moment. And then going back to the Barrios thing, I think that exemplifies that Vladdy play so much more. Because everyone's already mad at the managing. Everyone's already mad at the Blue Jays because, what's going on? What are we doing? And then that's kind of just the icing on the cake and really just sank the whole ship. Yeah. And, after that, all the air is sucked out of the clubhouse. There's nothing really they're going to come back and do.
That reflected right after the game. Whit Merrifield was quoted as saying, and this quote is from Mitch Bannon, Merrifield said, quote, "I hated it, frankly," and this is talking about the Barrios yank. "I hated it, frankly. It's not what cost us the game, but it's the kind of baseball decisions that are taking away from managers and baseball at this stage of the game." So with that, it really makes it sound like that decision did not come from the dugout. It came from upstairs. The Twins have a lot of lefties there in their lineup, and they might have just wanted to get to the bullpen, get to Kikuchi early. But, I mean, we saw Barrios was rolling. He was in the 4th inning, already had 5 strikeouts, and this everybody was talking about how reminiscent it was of the Blake Snell decision in the 2020 World Series. I mean, it's pretty hard in today's game to toe the line between the analytics, what seems best for playing the matchups, but also riding the hot hand in October. I mean, where do you stand on this, and how did you feel about that decision?
I think Barrios has got to stay in. You go back, you look at the numbers. The first hit he gave up to Polanco in the first, 93 off the bat. Mm-hmm. Okay, a solid single. Second inning, the single, I believe he gave up to Julien, 73 off the bat. Barely snuck into the outfield. And then an infield single in the third to Correa was, I believe, 79. Julien and Correa might have been switched, but that's 3 balls all under the barrel average mile per hour rate of 95. And then he walks the first batter in the 4th, but I mean, at that point he's rolling. And that base runner got on, he got a double play in the 1st, immediately got a strikeout after in the 3rd. I don't see a reason to pull him there whatsoever unless he gets into a little more trouble. And then I feel like you use Kikuchi and Barrios at the same time when, say, you do win, you pull out that series, you might need one going into the divisional round for a little extra length if maybe someone gets blown up in game 1 or game 2.
I do understand the decision to go to Kikuchi because in that game 2, in that situation, you've got to be managing like there's no tomorrow, throw everything you possibly can to win that game. But I do agree. I mean, you're only in the 4th inning. Barrios, a couple of those hits, not hard hit balls, like you said. That there isn't a lot he can do about that. And 5 strikeouts, he had the whiffs working. So it's tough to really say that you want to yank the guy that early, especially when Barrios was pitching with a chip on his shoulder. He's back in Minnesota where he came up, and he's trying to, keep the Blue Jays alive. A lot of emotion there. We saw Barrios was crying after the game. I mean, that's a tough decision to make, to take him out there and hope that Kikuchi can, come in and keep the same flow going. And, we saw if Kikuchi had come in and he had gotten the job done, got out of the inning easily, and not given up any damage, then we probably wouldn't even be having this conversation. Mm-hmm. But clearly it didn't work out. Hindsight's 20/20, but this is a situation where I think we can look back and say it might not have been the right decision.
Yeah, I think just a blatant case of just trying to do too much, over-managing a little bit on the part of the Blue Jays.
Yeah. So if we move on now, D-backs, Brewers, the Diamondbacks went into Milwaukee, took that in 2. I think that the Brewers pitching staff is the thing that, was supposed to carry them. Their lineup has been really good in September too. But, I mean, they just kind of fell flat on their face in every aspect. Corbin Burns wasn't the guy that we've gotten used to. Hasn't been quite the Cy Young guy anymore this year, but we at least expected a little bit better than he gave. And the D-backs were able to go in and take that series in 2.
Yeah, so my roommates and I, for every playoff, we do these pick'ems, just so you can get as many points. You get a point per win. I went with the Brewers and my with my second round pick. I really thought the Brewers would be nice on that side of the bracket. I didn't think the Snakes had it in them, but I was wrong, and I got to give all the credit to Corbin Carroll. I think that's an MVP type player that wins you games. Ohtani puts up stats. He does all that. He wins games, but I don't see the team projecting forward or moving forward. Corbin Carroll seems like with a less talented roster just makes wins happen. And it seems like he's the linchpin of that, whether it's a stolen base and then scoring, or I believe when they were down 2-0 in game 1 and he hit that missile of a bomb off of Burns to bring him right back in it, and then it went right into a back-to-back home run situation. He's that guy. He's absolutely that guy for that team.
He just impacts the game in so many ways. Like you said, the base running. I think everybody's been talking about Ronald Acuna Jr.'s base running season. Obviously, 70 stolen bases, pretty incredible. Corbin Carroll is the guy that's been overshadowed there. I think he's had one of the best base running seasons in recent memory, and he hasn't had the caught stealings that Acuna has had either. And so that's taken away from Acuna's base running value. Corbin Carroll has been the best base runner in baseball this year. He plays good defense, and obviously he's a slugger at the plate. He went 4 for 7 with a homer in the series. This guy's the Rookie of the Year. I think he's a future MVP winner. The D-backs ride and die with Corbin Carroll, and I think he's certainly capable of taking them places this year.
Yeah, I think that they go as far as Corbin Carroll takes them.
Yeah.
But I did like what they did with the pitching staff. I thought having Brandon Pfaadt start Game 1 was an excellent decision. And, they gamble. You steal Game 1 against Burns with Pfaadt, who, poor season, I believe a 5.67 ERA at about 100 innings. Not someone you really want to be your Game 1 wildcard starter. But you gamble, you pick up the win there. You've got Gallen, your guy. Pick up the Game 2 win, and you're set up with Merrill Kelly for Game 1, and then I believe you're going to have Gallen on the back half going for Game 2. It sets you up so nicely. I think that was an excellent gamble by the D-backs. They played for a little bit of a future game, and it definitely paid off for them, and now they have a bit of a chance to maybe go on a little bit of a postseason little Cinderella run here.
I mean, like you said, I think that's where the series was, that Game 1, being able to run Brandon Pfaadt out there and take it against Corbin Burns. That's where the series was decided. I mean, the Brewers, you just got to be better than that. I mean, Corbin Burns went out, and he didn't do so great. And then even when you got into that bullpen, Joel Payamps and Devin Williams didn't do so great either. I mean, that was just the strong suit of the Brewers was that pitching. They had it set up correctly facing Brandon Pfaadt because Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen, neither of those guys were rested yet. Had it perfectly set up to win Game 1. Couldn't do it. That's what sends you home in October.
Yeah, I think the D-backs and the Brewers were complete opposites of each other. Brewers in both games came out hot, 2-0, 3-0 leads. D-backs came back around 4th or 5th both times, and at that point, they stole the momentum from the Brewers. Even though they were at home, they kept it the whole way through, never gave it up. I think you got to give so much credit to the D-backs. Yeah. Brewers, they came out hot, but not a lot of fight in the back half of those games.
I think one thing to watch with the D-backs this year, they've been very streaky. They started the year really well. We're in first place in the NL West for a while there. Just absolutely fell off a cliff in the middle of the season. And then they've been heating back up. I mean, if they can get here in October, if they can get on one of those heaters that they're known for, I mean, they're a dangerous team. One big thing for them, Gabriel Marino, their star young catcher, he left the last game against the Brewers with a possible concussion. Winds up, he's okay. He's going to be back for the NLDS, and that's absolutely huge for them. He homered once already against the Brewers, and he's huge for that team. Not only offensively with the bat, he's one of the best contact hitters in baseball, but also defensively, he manages the running game super well. So the D-backs certainly happy to have him ready for the division series against the Dodgers. Okay, so here, final wildcard round here to talk about before we head to a break. Marlins, Phillies. Phillies took care of business. It's debatable whether the Marlins really looked like they were running a playoff team out there, but they managed to get there. All credit to them. Phillies did not struggle, and they took it in 2 games to move on to the division series against the Braves.
I think, it definitely opens up some conversations about the expanded playoff format. I think the Marlins just got lucky and snuck in. Losing Sandy at the end of the season definitely didn't do them any favors. I really would have wanted to see the Cubs in this spot.
Yeah.
I think the Cubs kind of shot themselves in their own foot.
Totally.
Very at the end of the year, especially against the Braves, when they could have closed that out. But the Marlins got in. Phillies took care of business. There really wasn't too much to say about that series because Nola came out against a weak lineup, dominated, even though he's had a bit of a shaky year. His real test is going to come against the Braves next series.
Mm-hmm.
If he shoves there, then they've definitely got a shot to make another run like last year. But yeah, there's really not much to say about because the Phillies, they took care of business.
Yeah.
The Marlins were the less talented team in this one.
I mean, that two-headed monster at the top of that Philadelphia rotation and Nola and Wheeler, if they can perform, obviously, like you said, granted, it's against that Marlins lineup that is not on the same level as the Braves, not even close. But Nola and Wheeler were both able to go out in Game 1 and Game 2, and they took care of business against the Marlins. It'll be interesting to see if they can translate that over. One thing that I wanted to talk about with the Phillies that's been interesting to watch this year is their defensive evolution, because at the start of the year, they were running out Kyle Schwarber in left field while Bryce Harper was still on the shelf. That was ugly. And now we look at the team in October, and it's a completely different tale defensively, where they've got Johan Rojas up in center field. They've got Christian Pache over in left. I mean, now all of a sudden, that's a really good defensive outfield. And I think that it reflects right away in helping out that pitching staff, and I think that we were able to see how that translated right away in that wild card round. Having that better defense out there is essential for the Phillies, compared to when they were running out Schwarber in left field. That just wasn't going to work. But the other aspect that comes with that, Bryce Harper playing first base, he's been right around average there all year. He's been fine since he was able to start throwing a little bit again. But he did have one play during that wild card round where when Wheeler was on the mound in game 1, there was a ground ball to Harper's right. He didn't know where his second baseman was at, and I think that was just some reflection of the inexperience that he has at the position. He dove and left first base susceptible, and that gave up an out, and the Marlins runner was able to get on base. So Bryce Harper, even though he's graded out average, I think it'll be interesting to see that inexperience at the position could come back to bite them at some point.
Yeah, you definitely, like, what is he going to do in those most critical situations where you absolutely need an out in the 7th inning of a game when there's a tough situation when you're maybe up or down by 1? It's definitely going to be something you're going to have to look at. But going back to that outfield point you brought up, Pache and Rojas, I don't even think they were on this roster if you asked me in May.
Yeah.
Pache came out of nowhere, played a little with the A's, a little bit with the Braves, graded as one of the best outfield defenders in the MLB over the past couple of years in limited time. Just like the broadcast was saying in that matchup, it's like having 2 center fielders out there, and it helps out so much, especially with righties going to their pull side. Pache had a nice play on a line drive, made a little jumping catch. It just absolutely locks down the outfield. Just as you were saying, just brings up the whole defense entirely.
Yeah. And obviously when I talk about Harper at first base, that is not advocating that they need to do anything differently. They're running it out with the best lineup they could have. It's just going to be interesting to see if in bottom of the 9th, one of the biggest games against the Braves, if there's a big situation and the ball gets hit to Harper, we'll see how it goes. So with that, we're just about nearing the halfway point here in the show. We're going to send it to a quick break. We'll be back at 3:30, so make sure to stick with us until 3:30, and we'll be back on the air. We're going to be previewing the division series in both leagues and giving our predictions for that. So make sure you stick with us. We'll be right back.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your position, advancing. Real life, you get so many chances. You can't leave trying to find out the answers. We've been moving around without GPSs. We've been growing without all them enhancements. Learn quick, out here making connections. Everybody don't do what they be saying. That's why my team's who I spend day to day with. It's on us when I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. Trying to get rich, but they dying to 50. Ducking these trends, I don't like what I'm seeing. They jumped the fence, but the grass wasn't greener. No one warned them about the wolves and hyenas. Eggshells, gotta watch how you treat us. Shaking hands, a part of doing business. Make a promise, make sure that you deliver. Good business, only way it continues. Money matters and you need the credentials. Coming straight up, Arbors gon' bring issues. My time is prices, don't like to misuse it. And it only you can't half do it. If we started, we gon' see it through. Can't just talk, you gotta show the proof. My interest is making these money moves. Not running my mouth and not coming through. Let's run up the bag, I need something new. I'm high on the bills, I want them blue. You want me to work, I'ma need it soon. They all in the way, we gon' need some room. Locked in and focused like missiles on cruise. Going on stop, I got something to prove. Playing with us, you gon' definitely lose. Never slow down, cause I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag or run away quickly. I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing.
Welcome back in. We're ready to go here for the second half of the program. So real quick, before we get into the Division Series previews, like we said, we wanted to bring up a discussion here. With this new playoff format, we've got the wild card round instead of the traditional just one-game wild card that we've all been used to. Now we've got these best-of-3 series. Do you have any thoughts on whether you think this is beneficial compared to the old format, or how do you feel about it?
Okay, so for me, I absolutely love the expanded format, making it to 6 teams on both sides, gets more people involved, more teams involved. But I personally think that we should go back to one game. Because if you look at every one of these over the last 2 years, every one of these 3-game series, I believe every single one of them was a sweep. 4 last year, 4 this year. I think every single one was a sweep. I might be wrong, but it was at least 75% of those series over the past 2 years were sweeps. I think it just wastes an arm. I think it's better to put more pressure on one singular game. Like a game that comes to mind is Johnny Cueto back when he was facing the Pirates when he was on the Reds. Mm-hmm. That was an electric. I believe Garrett Cole pitched against him in that game in the postseason, maybe in 2015. Games like that are electric. It's you put your best guy out there. You go with your ace, their ace, and it's just all coming into one. I think there's a little less strategy, such as we talked with the D-backs. They put in Fott instead of Gallen. But I think it's better to just have ace v ace. Who's going to make it to the next round? One game only. You can go back to the Royals wildcard game against the A's in 2014. That's another great one. I think it's just better. I think it's just better overall. It's a little more entertaining for me.
It creates the entertainment factor for sure. I think the thing that they would have to manage with that, though, is right now we've got division winners that are playing in the wild card round. In the previous format, you just had one wild card game, 2 wild card teams, go at it, one game. I do think that winning a division should constitute that you get to play in a series that isn't just a one-gamer. So, you've got the Twins and the Brewers that were in that position this year in this wild card round, that they won their division and they still had to play in this first round. So they'd have to figure out how to get those teams a bye or something, so you're not winning a division and having to play one game. But you do bring up a good point with these wildcard series. The majority of them have been 2-game sweeps, and so it's an interesting thing to think about whether that was a good decision or not, and also with the fact of an extra playoff team. We had a team on each side that got kind of run out of the building this year, and the Marlins and the Blue Jays, and you have to wonder whether those teams were really deserving of getting to the playoffs in the first place. But baseball has always been a sport that any team that gets to the dance, you never know what can happen. The 2019 Nationals were the most recent example of like a team that gets in, not really a lot of expectations, and then manages to go all the way. So, you never know with baseball. That's kind of the beauty of it, but it is an interesting to think about with this new format. So, now that we've had that discussion, let's get into the division series here. First, we'll talk about the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers. Game 1, Saturday here at 6:30. It'll be Clayton Kershaw against Merrill Kelly. So, this is the series that I think a lot of people have circled. It's a divisional matchup with Los Angeles and Arizona. Kershaw going up against Kelly. How do you feel both sides are thinking going into this?
I think the Dodgers are feeling great. I mean, we saw the post couple days about those inter-squad lineups. It looked like a lot of fun. Looks like the Dodgers have been keeping at it. The only thing I'd contradict with that is the D-backs are coming off a 2-game sweep away, which they also don't have advantage in this series as well. So they've been there in this postseason already. They're a little tested. And they've got one of their guys in Merrill Kelly going game 1. Sure, the Dodgers have Kershaw, but there's shoulder concerns there. He might only go 4 innings.
Yeah.
There's definitely some concerns on the side of the Dodgers, and I think the D-backs are hot. But, I mean, the Dodgers are a giant in themselves, a very, very good squad, and they're definitely going to be tough to take down.
There's a lot of layers here going into this, and looking at there's a lot of different ways that you can peel and look at this. Merrill Kelly in his career against the Dodgers has been absolutely owned. If we look at the numbers, 16 games, 0-11, an ERA of 5.5 when he's faced the Dodgers in his career. So that's something to watch, whether the Dodgers can keep that up. He's been a little bit better against Los Angeles this year, and he's been better overall this year, so that might help him out a little bit there. But additionally, when we look at Game 2, Zach Gallen's going to be back out. That's another story of the Dodgers this season have absolutely owned Gallen. In 2 starts, he's lost both of them, an ERA of nearly 10. So, you've got two guys that are two of the best pitchers in the National League, but the Dodgers have a track record doing really well against them. They've got one of the best offenses in franchise history. It's really interesting to look at how this is going to shake out between the histories, the two powerhouses going at each other. And then you've also got the aspect of the Dodgers last year played a division rival in the division series, weren't able to get past it. Is that something the Dodgers can overcome this time? Take out a division rival and get to the championship series, or is it still something that might hold them back?
Yeah, I mean, that's something I've heard. There's definitely some rumblings amongst Dodger fans. They almost feel a little eerily similar to last year against that in that Padres series, which they lost in 4. There's definitely some similarities, and I think Dodgers fans definitely have that in the back of their mind. They're definitely a little worried, especially with the shakiness of the rotation. And they owned the Padres all throughout last year as well, and then came in and just fell absolutely flat after that Game 1 win. Yeah. So I think things are definitely up in the air for this series.
There's a lot of different ways that it could go. One of the things that's really interesting to watch here, and it's that aspect with both of the National League Division Series, you've got Game 1 Saturday night. Game 2 won't happen until Monday. And so that off day on Sunday is going to mean the Diamondbacks can come out. They can pitch Merrill Kelly Game 1. The extra off day means they can go with Gallen Game 2. And then both of those guys will be ready to go on full rest again in Game 4 and 5. So the Diamondbacks are only going to need to rely on a starter that isn't named Merrill Kelly or Zach Gallen for one of the 5 games in this series. I think that has them feeling pretty good about their possibility to pull off an upset.
They definitely have upset potential. For me, I think I still see the Dodgers taking this one in 4.
Yeah.
I just love what's happening at the back end of that lineup with Jay Hay, Peralta, all these guys really coming together. Miggy Rowe putting in quality ABs and playing some excellent defense at short. I think the back end of that Dodgers team has really come together. And one of my best friends likes to call them the mom and pop Dodds. They're not a big team like they were 2021, 2022 when their whole lineup was 9 All-Stars. These are guys that have been around for a couple of years. JD Martinez,
right.
Maybe cast off, and they've come back. They've come together and they've united to make this team. And I think this team has a lot of grit and a lot of fight, especially with those rookies in the rotation. Maybe Sheehan pitches. Well, no, I believe Bobby Miller going Game 2.
Bobby Miller will go Game 2, and then the matchup to watch here is what the Dodgers decide to do in Game 3. I mean, there's 3 different areas that they could go. They could go with Lance Lynn, the veteran who they traded for, but Lynn in 11 games after the Dodgers traded for him at the deadline, 4.36 ERA. It's not great. It's not as bad as he was with the White Sox, but running Lance Lynn out there, he's going to get tagged for a homer or 2, and that's dangerous in October. If you get out-homered, the track record has shown you got to win the homer battle in October in order to expect to come out with a win. And Lance Lynn, you're probably not going to do that. So I think it'll either be Lynn or the Dodgers pivot and go with one of the 2 rookies in Ryan Pepio or Emmett Sheehan. And I think those are both good options. If I were the Dodgers, I'm going with Ryan Pepio. 8 games down the stretch here this year after he dealt with an oblique injury for the first part of the season. 2.14 ERA. He only walked 1.1 batters per 9 innings. And that's a complete departure for Pepio from last year in his Major League debut where he was walking the ballpark. He came out this year, was throwing strikes. He still had the strikeouts. He always has that strikeout stuff with that great changeup. Ryan Pepio, I think, should be the Game 3 option for the Dodgers, and I'm honestly leaning that I think that's where they're going to go.
I would tend to agree with that. I like Sheehan coming out in relief for some long relief, similar to a Barrios and Kikuchi situation. Hopefully not going the other way. But yeah, I don't like Lance Lynn. I mean, I believe he had a 1 ERA in his first 3 starts with the Dodgers. You take those out, his 4.36 in those 11 games is probably getting a little close to 6. So, and that's more similar to his tenure with the White Sox. So, definitely not liking Lynn, maybe in a relief appearance, but limited action. I like Pepio, and I definitely like Sheehan, maybe combining to get a Game 3 win, back up Kirsch and Bobby Miller.
I agree. I think that could be the piggyback for Game 3 of Pepio to Sheehan and see how that works out. You already said Dodgers in 4. I'm going to have to agree. I think Dodgers in 4 or maybe 5. I still think the Dodgers come out on top here, but I do think it's going to be a more competitive series than some people might be expecting. So, with that, we'll move on to the other National League series. We've got the Phillies and Braves, rematch from last year when the Phillies took out Atlanta in an upset. They're going to try and do it again here, coming off of that dominant series against the Marlins. What are you thinking going into this one?
I kind of like the Phillies. No predictions. I like the Phillies. But going back to last year, the Braves were a really good team. But this year they've transcended that. They're an absolute juggernaut. I mean, their team OPS is almost 900.
It's ridiculous.
It's crazy. The way that lineup mashes, and they have some really, really solid arms at the top end of that rotation. Fried, of course, he's got a bit of a blister. We're not so sure what's happening there, but I mean, if he's good to go, that's definitely going to help. One person I do want to talk about is Spencer Strider. I'm not in love with Spencer Strider personally. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I think that his peak is as good as any pitcher in the National League. We've seen it. He struck out 13.5 batters per 9 this year. The strikeout stuff is just ridiculous. But there's always some danger with a 2-pitch pitcher. If he loses his command a little bit, or if one of those pitches isn't working, you never know how it's going to go. He had an interesting year because the whiffs were always present. Everybody is all over him for that. The strikeouts are crazy. The stuff is crazy. But somehow teams still manage to score runs against him. And that Phillies offense is really good. If there's one team, especially with the divisional fire that's there, and the Phillies feeling like they can do it from last year, I mean, if there's one team that's going to go out and figure out Spencer Strider, it could be the Phillies.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at, which maybe this helps Strider, his splits throughout the year versus teams under 500 and above 500, his above 500 ERA was a 2.63 with a 2.23 FIP in 106 innings, which that's great. That's top of the line stuff. But when he played under 500 teams, that ballooned up to a 6.11 with a 4.14 FIP in about 56 innings. So I mean, that's that leans Strider's way. The Phillies are a good team, but it's something that definitely scares me. I mean, Strider, he's definitely susceptible to the long ball, and if there is an offense that's going to take on Strider and definitely do some damage, maybe knock him out of a game, it's going to be the Phillies. I mean, he only had a 3.73. I think people get a little too hung up on those strikeouts, and they push him a little higher than maybe he should be.
I think that one thing that also might help Strider is that in his Game 1 matchup, he's going to avoid having to go against Aaron Nola or Zach Wheeler. He's got Ranger Suarez tomorrow night, and Suarez is good in his own right, but he's not quite Spencer Strider. I know the Braves at home are going to be expecting a win to come out of that, and then the Phillies will be able to send Wheeler back to the mound in Game 2 on Monday, and they're going to need to try and steal one of the two in Atlanta and be able to go back to Philly and hope to win the series there with the 3 games in Philadelphia. Like you talked about a little bit ago, Max Fried, he's dealing with a blister. They had a scrimmage the other day, and Fried was able to go out and throw 75 pitches. After the game, Brant Snitker, the Braves manager, he said that they had Fried go out, no bandage or anything for the first inning, so that's encouraging. He wound up putting something on to get through the final 4. But, I mean, 75 pitches, that sounds like that he's good to go in the playoffs for Game 2, and they definitely need him because the Braves are probably looking at Game 3 as probably more of a bullpen game. Bryce Elder started the season really well, and that was the big talk through like kind of midseason near the All-Star break was how is Bryce Elder doing so well? All of his peripherals were pretty bad, yet the results were there. The results left by the end of the year. He had a 5.68 ERA in September, and now they don't really know what they can expect from him. So I think the Braves are really going to be prioritizing that Spencer Strider start, that Max Fried start. They're going to need to go get wins in those first 2 games at home. That way they don't have a chance to not even get to come back to Atlanta. If they drop one of the games at home and then the Phillies go back and win all 3, their season's over. So it'll be interesting to see how the Braves try and manage that pitching staff.
Yeah, I think to the Phillies' credit, to their path to victory here goes through Game 3 and stealing one of those first 2 in Atlanta. If they take one of those games and they win Game 3, I think they win this series. I think Game 3 is the most important game of this series since you've got Bryce Elder going out there, a little shaky, maybe the bullpen backs him up, but you've got Aaron Nola go out in that game, and if you get Aaron Nola, vintage Aaron Nola, then it's probably going to be a win for the Phillies. And the Phillies, if they go up 2-1 after Game 3, I think the Braves are going to be scrambling a little bit, especially if the offense isn't fully clicking. But, I mean, I could totally be wrong, and just the Braves offense just blows Philly out, and
that's the thing.
It's over in 5.
You can't ever count out that Braves offense. It's ridiculous. They could go out and put up 10 literally any night because they've just got mashers all the way through the 9 spot. And I think that you're right about that, though. That Game 3 matchup, Aaron Nola against Elder or a bullpen game, if that's what the Braves decide to do, the Phillies are going to need that one. That's for sure. So those first 2 games in Atlanta will be huge. We'll see how that goes. I think ultimately for my prediction, I'm going to go with Braves in 6. They're just too good of a team. Their offense is too good. They're going to score the runs. I just don't see a way that they don't wind up taking, or no, not Braves in 6, my bad, Braves in 4. But I think their offense is just too good. There's no way that they don't wind up taking that series.
Wow, so you've got Braves in a sweep.
Yeah. I think that it's just too much for me. The Braves offense is too good. I'm also coming at this thinking about my Dodgers and the perspective of what the heck they're going to do. I think a sweep is certainly possible. The Braves have been waiting for this all year, and they're also going to have the fire of, hey, this Phillies team, they embarrassed us last year. They upset us. They're going to be coming out with a chip on their shoulder looking to take this series this time.
I'm going to have to agree with you on that. Not necessarily the sweep. I think the Phillies definitely push it to 6. They saw the Braves last year. Their team's better this year, even though the Braves are. They know each other. I think they steal Game 3, maybe Game 5, push it to 6, but I'll go Braves in 6.
Okay, so here we're gonna switch over to the American League side here. We've got Rangers and Orioles. Texas coming off of that dominant series in Tampa Bay where they kind of surprised a lot of people, took that series easily. And then we've got the Orioles who, the baby O's, they weren't really thinking that this was going to be the year that they stepped up and took that division. They did it anyway. Now they're the one seed. I mean, this Orioles team has a lot of expectations here that they're going to look to deliver here early in their winning period.
Yeah, man, this one's a straight toss-up for me. I really don't know. I like the Rangers being hot. I think they're gonna go on a pretty nice little run. But the O's, I think they can match each other for offense. I think the Orioles have enough in the tank to match the Rangers, especially with the pitching that the Rangers have being not the best, definitely a little questionable in this series. And I think the Orioles have the advantage on the pitching side. I love Bradish. I love Tyler Wells.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like Grayson Rodriguez going Game 2. But, he could certainly impress us.
Yeah, you never know from him. He's got the stuff. He's got the talent. So
mm-hmm.
I think that keeping it straight, we've got these 5-game series here. And starting with the 2 in Baltimore, this series got way more interesting than I think that we were expecting it to be. If looking at the bracket here before the playoffs got going, if you said the Rangers were going to wind up playing the Orioles, I think a lot of people probably, at least I would have immediately said, okay, the Orioles are going to take that series probably without an issue. But now all of a sudden, you've got to add in the fact that the Rangers pitching staff went out and shoved against Tampa Bay. Does that mean they're going to be able to carry that into this series against the Orioles as well? Because if they do, that Rangers team is seriously dangerous. And I think out of all the matchups here, I think this might be my most likely upset. I think the Rangers have a seriously good chance of taking this. And if there was one of these series that I was going to choose an upset for, I would choose Rangers in 5. And I think that's at least a coin flip that certainly could happen.
Yeah, for me, I picked the Orioles to move on. I would really like the Orioles to make a run. We haven't seen a good Orioles team since like 2014, 2015.
This is their first playoff series since 2014. They won it in 2014, and then they made the wild card game in 2016. But this is the Orioles' first full playoff series.
Yeah, and their ace back then was Chris Tillman.
Yeah, that's a long time
ago. When Aaron Jones Jones was the captain of that squad. I think the Orioles are going to take it in 5. I think it's going to be a battle the whole way through. But I think the Orioles just barely eke it out. I like their starting pitching just a little bit more than the streakiness of the Rangers offense. If the Rangers offense shows up, I mean, they could blow the Orioles out of the water. But I think I'm going to have to go with the Orioles in 5.
We've got the Game 1 pitching matchup of Kyle Bradish getting sent to the mound for the Orioles. Look, that's not a household name. Maybe not everybody goes immediately, Kyle Bradish, that's the guy. But when you dive into his numbers, that's a 2.83 ERA. That's 4.9 Baseball Reference WAR this season. That's a legit arm. And the Orioles, they've got the lineup. We all know that with Adley Rutschman and all the young guys there. I mean, the Orioles are a good team, so I don't mean to undersell that when I talk about the Rangers' chances of upsetting. I think the big variable here is what the Rangers' pitching does more than it is anything about the Orioles. Because if the Rangers' pitching goes out and they perform like they did in September, they have no chance. They might get swept. But if they can go out and perform like they did against the Rays, then this is a really interesting series that I'm really looking forward to watching.
Yeah, I like that. I like to take a log. It's definitely going to come down to that Rangers pitching. They've got Dane Dunning or Martin Perez going Game 1. I don't think Bochy's confirmed who's going there. But, to his point about Bradish, if you're an Angels fan, you know who Bradish is because we gave him up for Dylan Bundy. So he's an arm. He's definitely a bona fide arm. Had him on my fantasy team this year. He was pretty solid. Got me a lot of points. I like Orioles taking game 1 right away and hoping to ride the momentum all the way.
Definitely like him in that game 1 matchup for sure. One interesting thing that I saw online this week, in Fangraphs' most updated World Series odds, the Orioles are dead last at 5.2%, which I thought was interesting. Even the Rangers were, I think, somewhere in the 8% range, and that kind of surprised me there to see the 1 seed in the American League being ranked last in World Series odds. So, I mean, maybe the Orioles are going to take the way everybody's talking about the Rangers, the way I'm talking about the Rangers right now, go out there and really try to prove themselves as a young team that is entering their championship window and is going to be a team to reckon with for years down the road.
Yeah. Last point on the Orioles, I could definitely see this being a year where they lose to the Rangers and just gain that much needed experience that can help them down the line, because this window's, it looks like it could be a 5-year window for them.
Oh, yeah, at least. They've got the farm system. They've got all the young guys that are under team control for 5 or 6 more years. That team is could be a dynasty in the making for all we know with the amount of young talent that they've got over in Baltimore. So real quick here, we've got 10 minutes to go, so we're going to get into these final couple series, or the final series, before we get into World Series predictions and the outro. But Twins and Astros. The Twins, really impressive first wild card series. They are going to be taking on the Astros now. There's no team that has more October experience than the Astros. It seems like they've been in the American League Championship Series or the World Series every single year since 2017. And this is going to be, I think, mostly a battle of pitching, because we talked about the Twins led the major leagues in strikeouts this year on that pitching staff, and the Astros are going to be relying on their pitching as well. Justin Verlander is back. And Verlander, since he got traded back to Houston, he recorded at least 5 innings in every single start since the trade, and only 3 of them were less than 6. So Verlander's going to go out. He's going to compete. We all know what he brings to the table. And then they've got Framber Valdez and Christian Javier down there, too, to fill out that rotation. The Astros, you can never count them out. They've got the experience. They've got the talent. I mean, they're a really good team. So how are you feeling going into this series?
Yeah, everything against my better judgment is telling me I got to go with the Astros in this series. They got Verlander, Framber going game 1 and 2. Their offense is coming back. Michael Brantley had a nice little end of the year after coming off injury. Seems like everyone's healthy for that team. Everything's going their way. They had a hot end of the season, and then ended up stealing the division basically from the Rangers when they were, I don't believe they led until the end of September.
The very end, yeah.
Yeah, so everything's telling me I got to go with the Astros. But the Twins proved me wrong last series. And a little tiny piece of me is saying that it's time for the Astros' reign of terror in the AL West to come to an end. So, I might just be picking the Twins to win this series.
Could we get 2 teams in the ALCS that don't include the Astros? I think there's a lot of fans across baseball that would love to see that. And I think that it's certainly possible. The Twins are fully capable of taking this series. And in Game 1, they'll be sending out Bailey Ober to take on Justin Verlander. Ober, great story. He didn't even make the Twins opening day roster, and he was able to bounce back now, put up a 3.43 ERA in 26 starts this year. He'll be going out there for Game 1. And then they'll have Sonny Gray and Pablo Lopez ready to go again in Games 2 and 3. So this Twins team, the pitching is there. The lineup with the young guys, if Royce Lewis can continue to deliver, they've got the talent. I mean, it's going to be an interesting series, and the Twins are certainly capable of pulling off an upset.
Yeah, if Christian Javier was pitching more to what people expected him to be pitching like this season, he really, really fell off this year.
Yeah.
I'd like the Astros a lot more. I think that rotation depth is so helpful for the Twins. If they can pull out a couple outs, maybe shut down that Astros offense just a little bit. I really like Sonny Gray going Game 3. I think that's a big tone setter. You split those games. I like Sonny Gray picking up that Game 2 win and putting all the pressure on Houston. So my personal prediction, I think I'm going to have to go with the Twins in 5. I think it's going to be a 5-game series, but I think the Twins are going to steal it from the Astros.
I can see a 5-game series totally. I think, like you said, that Sonny Gray matchup, he'll probably be taking on Christian Javier, and with the velocity drop that Javier's experienced this year, I think Sonny Gray definitely has the upper hand there. I definitely think this series has the potential to go 5 games. I'm still going to take the Astros personally, Astros in 5. Not because I want it to happen, but because I think Dusty Baker and that team has the experience that they're going to be able to outduel that Twins squad that it just won their first playoff series in 18 years. So I think I'm going to go Astros in 5 there. But that's going to wrap up our previews there of this division series. So real quick, just straight off the shot, we've got entering the division series here, wild card round out of the way. Let's go through some World Series predictions. Who are you feeling has the best chance right now?
People are not agreeing with the Orioles. As you said, only 5% chance to even make it to the World Series, I believe. But yeah. I would love to see the Orioles get there. That is my pick. I'm really hoping the Orioles get there. And then coming out of the NL, I don't want to say it, but I think it's just the Braves might just be too good. They might just be too good.
It's hard to imagine who's going to take them down. But the team that I think has the potential, my World Series prediction, I'm going to go with Dodgers on the National League side. I think that team has a lot of things going, not only in the clubhouse, but with the offense this year that it was missing last season. I think that this is the year they're able to put it all together and get back to the World Series for the first time since 2020. And then on that American League side, the team that I think really has a chance, I would like to see the Rangers get there. I think that if they can go out and if the pitching can hold up against the Orioles, I think that there's a serious chance. And if they can get to that championship series and if the bats keep mashing, I don't know if it's super likely, but I think it's certainly possible, and I would like to see it happen. I mean, Dodgers-Rangers World Series would be an interesting one, and that's going to be my prediction that I throw out there. We'll see if it comes true.
I think it'd definitely be interesting, especially with the Dodgers when they won that World Series. They were in Texas, in the Rangers ballpark.
Yeah.
So, if that were to happen, maybe a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. But overall, I think the American League loses. I think the National League, whoever comes out of that side of the bracket, I think they're going to be the champions this year overall.
I agree.
Whether it's the Dodgers, whether it's the Braves, maybe the Phillies have an upset. I think it's going to be one of those teams.
I think any of those three teams that you just threw out there would have the upper hand almost against whoever they take on, even if the Astros get there. I mean, first of all, we're talking about the Braves. We all know the Braves, like you said, absolute menace up there. Yeah, powerhouse. If they get there, they're going to be the favorites. And if any team is able to take out that team, then they're probably in the driver's seat as well. So we've got a few weeks here, only in the very beginning of October, to see how all of that unfolds. But with that, we want to thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for tuning in to 22 West Sports. With this show, it wraps up the first day here of our sports marathon. You want to say anything?
Yeah, I really just appreciate you all tuning in on this fine Friday afternoon. We'll be right back here next week for some more action. We'll see how these division series are shaking out. We'll be giving you some live updates throughout the entire postseason every Friday until we eventually get to that critical World Series.
Yep, and make sure to follow everybody on our socials here. On Instagram, we've got 22 West LB and 22 West Sports LB as our accounts, and then on Twitter, we've got 22 West LB. And then for my socials, I've got bnicholas7 on both platforms. And then for Garrett, it's Garrett_Novak on Instagram and Garrett Novak on Twitter. So with that, thank you so much again for joining us, and we'll catch you next week.
Thank you.
I gotta get to it. I got the time, but I gotta get moving. I don't have time to be playing with you. This is no time to be playing it stupid. Could be the difference from winning and losing. Could be the difference from hundreds or millions. If we do business, I'm comfortable chilling. Other than that, I'm not posting a minute. Run me the bag, I'll run away quickly. Crunch time, my time's not to be wasted. Win, lose, draw, I am not playing. In my lane, out the way is the safest. Be consistent, there's no credit in phases. Keep on working, we gon' see where it takes us. Life's a marathon, why aren't you pacing? All that sprinting, taking too many breaks is compromising your